Hello and welcome everybody to the Niche Nation. It is our birthday today that we started many moons ago, that we are now live and welcoming such a journey. So we are going to open up this birthday filled with some awareness and blessings, some excitement on what it is to be a decade, 10 years, double digits, 1-0 old today. So why I am all dressed up is because this is literally how it started, as me as Lucy, the lucky leprechaun, on the March St. Patrick's Day celebration we had in a small little town called Beaver Lodge, Alberta, Canada. And this was at a flower shop tea cafe that we hosted some lucky experiences. There was an amazing orchestra and had so many different just visitors and experiences. And the owner at that time said, would you be willing to send a little luck or blessings or do some card readings to some of the people that came? And I said, sure, but I'll just be there helping, serving, and connecting with everybody for the special day. And I didn't think, truthfully, that if I was sitting back in my boots in this outfit again, that if you told me I would be exactly where I am today, it would be a bit of a kind of mind bend for myself 10 years ago. And that's where I'm so excited to bring the story, bring the truth, and understanding how do you truly claim destiny. So strap in. It is a full day celebration and excitement. So as we go through today, we are open to all of your comments, your memories, your testimonies, your experiences with us, and also just really kind of sometimes reminiscing, or if you have questions, or if there's something that has just been maybe a little bit heavy on your heart, just giving you some time throughout the day to just maybe reflect and ask yourself, where were you 10 years ago? What did life look like at that time? And just really giving yourself some of that experience to just really integrate, to resonate with, and to just really give some big gratitude for today. So, things that we're going to be talking about is a lot of our blessings and our experiences. We are going to be understanding what is it about truly celebrations and birthdays. We have opened up our space with prayer and offerings. And we also here today have a cup to fill up. So, in this cup, we are going to be filling up all of the thoughts or the memories or the excitements that we witnessed or experienced throughout this. Now, for all of those that are veterans or knew us right when we first started, it was called Shanice's Niches. Now, as we took that journey throughout the years, I wasn't sure what I was going to do after I was done the oil patch. Now, for many of those who might not know me for as long, I grew up as a Alberta rural small town farm kid, and I was wanting to fill the shoes and the experiences that I felt maybe were missed out, or opportunities that I thought I was really going to be good at, and I was wanting to pursue being a vet. Now, at that time, I didn't really think more than, why would I not be good at that job? I love animals. I connect with them very well. I know things that other people might not know. And just really giving me some confidence that I just naturally thought I was going to have for the rest of my life until it was coming up to exams, tests, reading, and comprehension and spelling was not my favorite. So, any of you who have been through a degree or university or post secondary or finishing school, we know that sometimes that's a big hindrance to what we believe and what we think we should be doing when we grow up. And we have systems that create us to just put more fear instead of trust in the process. Now, I really struggled because I thought, because I knew everything tangibly and tactically and knew how to do the procedures and thoughts without any second guessing of it in a practical way, everything written just felt like gibberish. So I was very nervous and I wanted to find a different avenue or an opportunity for me to really figure out how to get in as a holistic, well-rounded vet. And when I went through that journey, it was interesting because I went to view the different colleges that offered animal health or different programs, and then I would keep working through my degree that way. And so, lo and behold, another green charm showed me to journey through Vermilion Lakeland College. And when I went there, I wasn't thinking that I was following somebody else's footsteps. I was just doing something that I was good at. But when we went there for the open house, I realized that I wanted to get out into the world quicker than what the path I thought being a vet would have been properly kind of designated. So 10 years versus 2 years. So I then took the environmental conservation and reclamation program. And that one, without realizing it, was literally a mesh of all of my worlds growing up into one. And I also had family that went to that college. I've had family who just boasted about, that was the experience of their lifetime. And any of you who do really know me in a personal way, I love dancing. I love connecting. I love visiting and just having a good time with music and experiences. So that was the place that everybody talked about. That was where I needed to go. And when I got there, it was when the dance hall, the barn, the bar that was there was completely shattered, taken down because it was no longer safe. Well, I was gutted. I was not happy whatsoever knowing that this was going to be ruining my whole out in the real world experience. So, fast track to many moons later, I started to realize that this career and this experience was just something I thought I was good at, but I didn't really have full excitement and passion for it for the rest of my life. And so when I finally got burnt and hurt and abused through the system of being in the oil patch and with contracts and everything, I started to ask myself, what was I going to do when I actually grow up? And I felt lost. I thought maybe I would do instructing instead. Maybe I would do consulting in a different way. I just didn't feel that anything was really right for me at the time because I just felt there was just so much lack and hurt and burden at that stage of my life. Now, where does card reading and farming and the oil patch all have in common? Well, I've always said my little saying was I grew up as a redneck farm kid, but I didn't fall for no gypsy wagon, which is true. The reality is that my parents were um, very aware of what could be alternative possibilities. So we never grew up with the strawberry pharmaceutical cough syrups. It was always herbs or different things like that. But we are a very analytical kind of thought processing family. And when I started to grow into the awareness of what really is out there in the world, I started to realize that there are a hell of a lot more answers to the questions we sometimes have in our life. And so that started to kind of spark or excite that analytical part of myself to start to discover. I wanted to find out what's really out there, what's really something that we are told one way but could be doing another. And when I was 16, I went for my first Russian tarot card reader. And I walked that whole entire room and I just didn't know what I was truly looking for. This was kind of one of the moments that it was with my mom and my sister. And it was one of those moments where I was just like, this was kind of a bit of a rite of passage, but not really knowing what does this all fully truly mean. And so I just sat there and I looked at each person and I just finally went to the one person I felt called to. And when I connected with her, it was just something that I couldn't really explain, that it just made sense. She didn't know me from a hole in the ground. She's not even from our area or our experience. And she just told me, as fact, as purpose, as whatever it was, to understand that you have a couple of choices in life. You can choose to sit and be in stress or hurt or in pain, or you could choose another road. And so she kept showing that there was a choice in life for forever and ever. Amen. And there was about money and there was about relationships and there was all kinds of different layers to this experience. And I was going to have a good life. Now, what is good in her definition? I'm 16. I don't know really what this really means, but I understood that there was choices I had to make in order for me to get to where I feel I was meant to be. So as that happened from 16, 17, and when I turned 18, we had experienced the intensity of hurt and trauma and fear because now our family dynamic was completely shifting. And so when I went to Vermilion and started working, I found I call her a godsend, a blessing. And when I connected with my truth and my roots, I didn't believe it. And that was hard for me to realize what was really going on in my four walls, the way that we grew up, and the way that I was allowing my choices to be for everybody else. I didn't see it until many moons later. And I really am thankful for what my connection with Roxy and understanding the blessings that she was truly trying to hold space and help me understand. But my stubbornness, my analyticalness, my fear mongeringness, my choices truly were causing me to miss out on the opportunity that was being presented to me at the time. Now, let's kind of backwind a little bit. Over 10 years ago, nobody truthfully was open, honest, or experiencing the full depth of what we have today, where we have all ages, all genders, talking about, their feelings, their intuition, working with crystals, talking about their chakras, right? It was very shut down. It was very kind of taboo. It was niche. It was very in your own worlds. So when we witnessed the profound medicine of her teachings, her awareness, she had a very same kind of theory as me, where there's just so many more things we can bring to the table versus it being just one thing, one way, one experience. And I knew in my heart of hearts that there was medicine. I knew that there was purpose. I knew there was a passion. I knew there was a calling. But where, what, how? Totally unsure of what that was going to be. So coming back to the tea house, and at this moment that I wore this exact same outfit 10 years ago, I was in a relationship that allowed me to discover, because in my sewing room, I had my couple of oracle decks way, way, way up on the very top shelf where nobody truly could see them. And they were just in my little space. And I would use cards, tarots, different pendulums, to ask questions to help me guide, but I never truly had trust or faith. And when I started expressing and guiding people to use their pendulums or do card readings or how to work with their tools, I would always tell people that I will call you out, because I know, because I used to do that. I used to be a person who struggled with trusting the messages, the divine, the belief, the voice, the intuition. So when I offer that to people, it's really sometimes eye-opening for them, being like, why, well, how did you know that? Why, like, aren't you pro, aren't you good? And I said, no, this was all by my experiences, my trial and errors, my guidance, my connection. And it's so important for us to sometimes realize that it's the failures, the rough and rock bottoms, the oh shit moments that create the courage, the beauty, the strength, the nobility, the loyalty, the honesty, and the truth, because it takes time to nurture and create that awareness. So when I was in that relationship, that gave me the awareness, because he was tall, looked at my top shelf and says, oh, you're into that stuff too. Ran to his vehicle, grabbed a bag and opened up and shared that he was also had a tarot deck. And that just, like, in the real world experience, that was something that finally just opened, that there was a male, that there was somebody different that does this too, but isn't out there walking around either in Buddha beads, people who are in tie-dyed. It wasn't something that was just, he was a rural redneck farmer, hunter kind of experiencer too. So that made me realize that this could be possibly safe. And remember, I grew up very analytical and knowing, and had to have the facts and the abilities brought forward before it was something that was proven or accepted. So when I started to open up and bring that forward, I knew that that was going to be something, but didn't know what. And this always echoed in my head. Already at that time, I would have been earlier 20s. And when I was 19, I met Roxy. So at that time, all of that echoing was in my head for a few years now, just saying, like, there's something more. You're gifted. You're called to something more. And so that something more just I didn't understand the phrase. I didn't understand the statement. And as it started to progress in what's really out there for us in the world, I started to believe that this was something I just had to share like a little bit. Not too much, not too little, just a little bit. And when I started at the cafe after I said I was done with the oil patch, I was done with the process and the pain and family drama and everything that went on with it, I just said, I want to do something that truthfully is just for me. And so I walked in before I even started that job. And this is where foreshadowing and a little bit of universe always has your back, kind of testament. The day that I moved into that community, I walked into the flower shop in my oil patch, um, big rubber boots, chemical saturated coveralls, and some dye kind of spread on my hands here and there. And I walked in and I said to the owner, I said, if you ever need some help, I would love to come and, just help cut flowers or cook or do whatever. And she's like, yeah, no worries. We're good here, because I'm literally coming in as this rough and tough tomboy that was totally not in any dainty tea house, um, flower shop elegance. And so when I finished that that contract and that lifestyle, I came back to that owner and I said, look, I really would like to be a part of this journey. I just need a change. And she's like, well, it's only gonna be a very little wage. Like, we don't make a whole lot of money. And I said, at this point, I don't even care. I just need something to refresh my soul. So taking the world's biggest pay cut and all of these things that would maybe say deter you from making those choices, I literally went back and started working at a tea house and cafe and a flower shop. And at the time that I started, it was already Christmas, wintertime. And those are the busy seasons. And I was thrown right into it. I learned a little bit of flower arranging when I grew up with my grandma. We would do the farm parades, awards, and we would pick wildflowers. And there was always different categories in small towns. I don't know if any of you remember these days where you would submit your art or your baking or your flower arrangements or something woodworking, and you would get prizes and experiences if it was one of the top 3. So I knew that that was something within me, but I truly didn't do a lot of girly things. I was a butcher since I was 9 years old. My nickname was Camo. I wore baggy kind of more masculine clothes. Like, this was not something that I was just this Miss Dainty person. And when I got there, it just kind of rebooted something in my soul. And she said, there might be long hours. And I said, sweetheart, long hours and standing all day is, I've been born for this. So, like, don't worry. And she's like, yeah, everybody says that. And so after a couple of like 14, 18-hour days, I said, yeah, no, and I can still finish this and I can still do that. And she's like, where did you come with this work ethic? How are you able to still last? And I said, I don't know. This is just what I had to do. Like, this is just who I am. And it just started to dawn on me that the rest of the world didn't always operate and live like this. And at that point, that was going to be coming up my very first summer in literally my entire life, that I was able to actually have time to enjoy a summer. And so all these little things started to just awaken bits of my stagnant and kind of abandoned self. And it was so profound to truly witness that I can have something so pure and so fulfilling in my soul that is just for me. And it ignited this this playful, the dress wearing, the Disney passion Nista that just knew every song, every dance, every lyric, every expression, every stage of the story. And I would dress up girly. I would be those delicate things when I was younger, but when the hurt and the damage and the pain was coming up in our community and in our family and in the world, that was being taken away little chunks by chunks to bigger chunks to the whole thing. And so protecting myself was a huge asset of survival. And so when coming into being Lucy the Lucky Leprechaun, I at that time had a half done Doreen Virtue card reading course. I had seen Teresa Caputo as TV shows. There was Super Soul Sundays with Oprah. There was some books here and there. And at that time, I didn't really understand what was this all cracking up to be. So at this tea house, one of my other icons and huge role models came into the store, and she was doing a info night, and that's what we would do. These were just like, this literally just started. The owner of the business, she just started doing these energy or info nights from 7 till 9, $25. It was an experience. So we had a lovely Leanne Van Wagner. She was doing sound bowls. There was other people that were coming and doing art. There was people doing another one was doing numerology. It's been a little while, so now I'm remembering. And then the one that I was saying about my icon and leader on this point was Leanne Wolf. And so she came in and she showed us what human map design was. And she talked about how she quit the banking industry for many years already, and this is all that she does, and she's a farmer, and she's very analytical. And I just said, like, interesting. So I just sat there in the background taking notes, and it just hit me like a ton of bricks. Realizing that there are so many other tools and things out there to really understand who and what we are. In my analytical, skeptic, burdened, fear-mongered brain at that time, I was like, holy shit, this makes full sense. So I paid another $25 and I went to a second night, and I grabbed my mom's birthday and chart. I grabbed my sister's birthday and chart. I grabbed my chart. And I just started to realize, like, holy cow, this is possible. This is everything you are. And the way that I've described it for many years after it was, it's like a Chevy truck or a vehicle manual that's in your glove box that tells you everything that you need to know about yourself, but do we ever read it? So after that, I met with her, and then I started meeting more community members about breath work, about different astrology, diving into more things of just different tools. And I started to just sit there, observe. People talked about vision boards. People talked about different things like that throughout my years. And I said, okay, so the awareness that I've started gathering all these bits and pieces, the owner of the cafe looked at me and said, is there anything that you would love to bring to the world? And I said, well, I've been gifted the teaching of smudging, and I think that with what I'm seeing with everybody, I think this is something that's very important that people need to be aware of. And she said, okay, well, what would that look like? And I said, well, I've been taught how to honor in these things. And I said, I don't know what to do about the money part, because these are things that I know that I need some supplies, but this is usually an honoring or a gifting. And I said, but if it's somebody that just is paying for my time, then the rest I'll make no money on gathering the supplies or anything like that. but if I can do this, then I can do that. And I said, well, and I also work with a pendulum and I do vision boards. And so at those times, this was all already when The Secret was out, the awareness of your thoughts manifest, affirmations, all of this was just starting to get out in kind of like the Dr. Joe Dispenza times. Like I said, the Super Soul Sundays, there was all these bits of pieces, and I was at an Arbonne party that we did vision boards. And that was when I was 19 or 20 at that time. And so realizing that there's all these things, I said, I think these would be maybe important to bring to the people. So she said, okay, well, think what you want to do and then start from there. So I sat and I went home and I started to decide that, okay, if I'm going to do this, I've always whipped up business cards. The very first thought or time that I have ever thought of an idea first, before I even had a business plan or how to make money from it or anything like that. That was always my thing. So I said, okay, let's make up a business name. And I said, well, why don't I call it Shanice's Niches? And the reason why I did that was because I really wanted to have the ability that if I didn't stick with this, that I wouldn't be making another business card. I would just change the words on the business card. But I want to keep that theme or that experience, because I could do sewing, I can do some crafting, I can do some yard work, I could do some custom butchering. Like, there was just different things I was thinking of throughout the whole process. And I said, that is what I would be willing to do. So I started it up and offered my first teaching of the vision boards, smudge class, working with your pendulums. And it was a huge hit. A lot of people were interested and curious, and I always brought it back to the way that my either teachers, elders, guides, gurus, masters, whatever was a part of that journey, I always brought back the respect, the culture, the teachings, and the experiences that I was taught and I was offered. And as I started getting comfortable, I started to expand on, why is this important? What is the science behind it? What is the purpose? What is the meaning? How does this work? How does it not work? And then as I started doing that, I started to realize that this was important, but I still didn't believe that this was what I was going to do for the rest of my life. So that was December into earlier March or February, January is when I did those little workshops. And then St. Patrick's Day, she said, are you willing to do readings? She says, I don't have anybody to do that. And I said, I don't know. Haven't done it out into public really at all. Don't really feel confident. I don't know what I would be doing. And so I said, I guess so, but I'll just walk around. It's free. I'm just going to do, if only if people want a couple card pulls, here we go, read the back of the book, call it good. And she says, yeah, no, that's fine. So I went to Valley Village, got this beautiful green blazer. I had these wigs already because I was doing princess tea parties. So I had an Elsa, Cinderella, Snow White, Jasmine, and what other one? There was one more outfit that I had. Belle. Costumes. So all of these little things were here. So I grabbed this, put it together, and I went, served tea, did the experience. There was piano, there was violins. Like I said, there was such a beautiful atmosphere and jigging, and it was so much fun. And I was asked to do some readings, and then I had the lovely Leanne Van Wagner. She came up to me and she said, I'd love a reading. And I said, gulp. And I said, I don't know, here, it's okay. Like, we don't have to do that. She says, no, I really would love a reading from you. So I sat down and I didn't understand what my hands were doing, but it just did the reading the way that I was just told. Okay, pull this card, do this, move that, put it there. And I didn't use the back of the books at all. I just read what were the cards and the purpose behind them. And she looked at me and she said, "How long have you been doing this?" And I was like, "I have a half done Doreen Virtue card course, and I just do it kind of on the side for myself and maybe a close friend or two." And she said it was the best reading she's ever had in all of her years of the journey. And I said, "Wow." And I said, "I don't believe you. I think you're just being kind." And she says, "No, for real. Like, this was very impactful. Thank you." And so I just sat there, and that was what created my versions of reading cards. So I would pull the deck until it was dead. So meaning that there was no more messages to where they were meant to lay in layer, and allowing that to be the signature Shanice's Niches card reading. And so many of you have witnessed that or experienced that in my journeys throughout the years. And that was what started to really percolate, knowing that this was something that should be truthfully real. So after that, then I looked for a couple of other opportunities or experiences, and I started up with my first trade show. I signed up to that within 24 hours of the show happening, because I didn't know, I wasn't really in the industry or the area yet. And I walked in and I said, "I don't have the money for the full event, but I can promise you that I will pay you. I am loyal. I just need to know that I can do this." So I went to Party City and did up a little poster banner. And that was the very first Shanice's Niches trade show and experience that happened in my career. And so I remember it was a 3 or 4 day event. It was in Grand Prairie, and I was all the way out at Spring Lake, or Valhalla. And at that time, when I came back, the last day, I was so dead. The loveliest lady next to me, she was selling bath bombs. She looked over at me and she's like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "I made wonton soup." And that was all I had left out of me. And I just sat there and paid the piper and paid for the show, and uh, realized what I accomplished, and knew that there was something to this, but I didn't know the longevity of what this was going to be. So understanding at that point, I had all the trade show experience, so I knew how to do trade shows. I knew how to, sell things for the cafe. I knew how to cook. I knew how to market. I knew how to do these different things. So that was where Shanice's Niches was birthed from. And realizing where I was 10 years ago to where I am now is just a whole other ballgame, to realize that there's so much more to our story and our belief. And as we sometimes think about it or reflect on it, it's really important for us to come back and realize that you don't have a full plan in life. The world has so many little golden nuggets, little coins, little pots of golds, little rainbows to follow, and rainstorms to journey through. But that is where we first started many, many moons ago. And I'm just very thankful that we get to have this opportunity moving forward to really give you a full day of what is that awareness, what is the truth, what are the ups and downs and all arounds, and to give you so much more clarity that, imagine if you did truly start to work on your passions today and believed in them and cultivated a bigger purpose behind than just doing the same thing over and over again. This was a 360-degree flip in my world to where we are today. Is just such an honor and a blessing to be here with all of you today. So hopefully this brings so much more maybe clarity or awareness to what is Shanice's Niches, to where we now will be as the Niche Nation. Again, we have all day long to experience and showcase that. So I will be letting you guys all kind of take time throughout the day to catch this on replay, or to journey with me all day. Just keep your phone up on the live and we will explore that choice and that experience throughout the day. What I wanted to let you all know is that we are giving away a really big raffle today. There is going to be somebody who is winning the once in a lifetime experience to attend our Rise retreat that happens on September the 19th to the 23rd timeframe. And this is free. So that is a $1,111 bonus to you that you are going to be able to get that ticket for free. What we need a help and hand in is just really tagging, sharing, supporting, and sharing why is winning the Rise experience so important to you. So again, let's really share this journey and this experience for everybody and allow everybody to just know what is happening. Now, again, we are going to be doing some breaks throughout the day, but we are going to be hopping on in the next 3 minutes. I'm just going to take a little break, and we're going to be at 11 a.m. Mountain Standard Time. We're going to be talking about the decade reflection, the good, the bad, and the rock bottoms of this journey. At noon, we are going to be having a very big launch for all of you to witness. That it is my new deck, my guidance deck that I have been working on. I literally looked at the book yesterday. For the last 5 years, I've been putting purpose, passion, and love into it. So we are going to be giving you a free card pull and awareness of that. There will be some abilities, either if you really loved it, we might have a pre-order, but for right now, we're just letting you know what it's all about. How does it work? Because again, we don't do things fully traditionally around here. I love to be kind of unique and different at that time. At 2 p.m., we are going to talk about my why then to now. At 4 p.m., we're going to talk about how to trust your destiny. At 5 p.m., we're going to talk about my book and the journey of my truth. At 7 p.m., we're opening it up for Q&A. So bring your curiosity, your questions, your thoughts, your concerns, or your experiences, and we'll have an open just discovery and chat about that. Also, we're going to be showing you all about our new website, our new platforms, and our new programs. And at 9 p.m., we are going to do the closing ceremony, the raffle draw for the giveaway. So you have till mostly at the end of the day. The draw will be the very last thing that we do. So that is something that we are going to experience. All right, everybody. So we're going to take a quick little break. And at this time, I'm going to let you all have quite the experience with one of my very good, dearest soul friends, of a journey she brought to the world. And I think this message really is important to showcase of what really the Niche Nation had transpired to in all these years, is just really knowing how we can change the world with love and support. So this is from Auntie Bobby and allowing that journey forward. So enjoy.
So I guess what we're going to do is we're going to go this way. Okay, so when we're doing our turn,
there are many ways we can all make a difference. Helping each other, family, friends, there are many choices. What's your preference? Paying it forward, there's really no end. Believe in yourself and respect each other. each other. We're all the same. Any which way, age, shape, or color. We're changing the world with love and respect. We're changing the world with love and respect. This dance is called the ripple effect. Moving together while we all connect. This dance is called the ripple effect. We're changing the world with love and respect. So love, love, love. Anytime or anywhere. So love, love, love. Together forever. This dance is called the ripple effect. We're changing the world with love and respect.
Hello, welcome back, everybody. We are on now the journey of the decade reflection. So the good, the bad, and the rock bottoms. So how are we all doing, everybody? In the comments, if you're watching, love to hear back from all of you. Thank you for coming on in and witnessing a total blessing in disguise. Without this, we would not be here today. Without all of your support and your love, Very thankful for all of you through the many years of what this experience has been. Hello, thank you. Thank you, Megs, for the happy birthday. Thanks, Sherry, for being here. Thank you so much, Mom. All right, so a decade. When you think about a journey that we sometimes feel so impatient to constantly always feel like, oh, we need to get this done, this experience, that experience. It's sometimes really hard for us to understand what really are we here for, and not realizing the depth, the severity, the grandiose, the mission in itself. Sometimes we are just a little bit kind of blinded, or have kind of those pea brain experiences, not realizing that this is truly for us to witness. This is truly for us to um, hold space as, or exist, or experience. And it's hard to sometimes realize that this is bigger than all of our belief, or our choice, or our ability to understand. And realizing what 10 years does to a person is mind-blowing. To think that we are just sometimes so narrow-minded in what really could be out there for us. And I think a lot of people get caught up in such a fear, or a lack mentality, because we do truly sometimes come from a very shut down, hurt, abandoned, abused, or victimized state in our life. And it's hard for people sometimes to really witness um, our full truth within our own eyes. It's always sometimes comes out by everybody else sharing, oh, you're so good at this, or you're so good at that, or this is available for this, or that's available for that. And it just gets muddled. And that was a big reflection that I had throughout these years, was just really understanding, like, it's not up to everybody else to have it all figured out for you. That is why we're gifted this world, is to really give back our own expansion, our belief, our adventure, our truth, our excitement, and realizing that there is just so much more to the world, and having the abilities to really say thank you. It's hard for us to sometimes say thank you in the thick of it, and in the hurt, and in the pain. But at this exact moment, at 11:11, everything does come true if you're willing to be in that gratitude. So right now at this time, just take a pause and really give thanks and awareness to those wishes and those blessings. I would love to hear in the comments, 10 years ago, where were you? What were you doing? What was happening in your world 10 years ago? For all of those that are new and hopping on to this journey right now, this is sometimes hard for us to believe that 10 years has just kind of buzzed up and boogied on for this quickly. But when you sit back, and when you're trying to manifest or set intentions, I've always said this in my workshops or my classes, that 10 years doesn't seem very long when you start to live it and experience it, versus when you're just sitting on the sideline and thinking and reminiscing or dreaming about it. When you actually give to the experience and actually invest and are dedicated into it, that time flies by like no tomorrow. So in the comments below, if you don't mind, just definitely let us hear about where were you 10 years ago? What was happening? What was experiencing in your worlds at that time? And I'll dive into more of the good, the bad, and the rock bottoms of my journey. So a lot of you might hear that I'm a little bit froggish. It's those are sometimes the tough parts of the journey, is that when you are a human and exuding so much of that time in that space, I have been, this last little while, been really excited to share what's going to be coming up in this next chapter, this next decade. But in a reflection, a lot of people always said, like, how do you do this? How do you go on tour and talk to so many people and journey like this constantly? And a lot of people were always just like curious on how I did this. And reflecting back to it, our bodies are phenomenal at what we actually can do. And I think that there is so much that we don't give gratitude in our bodies and in our space, because I think a lot of our journey, people really struggle to understand that we are gifted with this vessel. And I reflect back so much on my journey that there was so many times that I didn't take care of myself. I didn't love myself. I didn't respect myself. And when I was looking back at old videos and seeing where my first introductions of Shanice's Niches was to where it is now, this body has gone through so many different transformations. And knowing that when you are on your own personal soul journey, not everything's going to go to as planned or experienced, and wishful thinking that we sometimes need it, because we need to sometimes realize in our earlier years, what were we always putting on ourselves? Was it societal standards? Was it these aspects of like, I'm not good enough? Am I not smart enough? Am I not tall enough? Am I not skinny enough? Am I not beautiful enough? There was always so many things that I have noticed through working with thousands of people. And I was trying to kind of figure out how I was going to be able to maybe find the number or experiences I've hosted. I wasn't able to fully detail those out yet, but eventually I would love to showcase that there has been so many of you that I'm so thankful to have trusted the process. And a lot of those journeys were people's bodies. And I think we don't talk about that journey sometimes enough in a open, sometimes truth or awareness state of it, because I think a lot of us are sometimes just so used to being the burden or the baggage, and we don't actually deal with our kind of awareness sooner than later of it. And I think that's sometimes where a lot of people hold fear to not achieving their dreams and their experiences, because their body is still in so much shock, pain, suffering, or stagnicity. So hopefully, if you're hearing this, really taking some time to nurture and respect your body is going to be a huge thing we would love to really kind of navigate and hold space for in the next chapter of the Niche Nation. And so for my own body, a lot of people are like, well, aren't you exhausted? Aren't you tired? It was literally the tiring parts for me, touring or journeying, was times that I would witness people not believing or doing the work for themselves because we just see the ripple of what happens afterwards. Um, that was that was weighing um quite a bit because I think there was just always this hope, wish, and then sometimes there would be the layers of like those expectations, knowing that they have this information and knowing that this is available for them. They just have to implement it or do the work for it. And that sometimes was hard for me just to witness that people would still choose to go through those ruts and those rock bottoms over and over again. So it was more of out of kind of an empathy and a compassionate heart, being like, I just wish that they knew they deserved a hell of a lot better than what they're maybe sometimes doing in their whole world. Um, Another thing that I really was reflecting on was um how much we get sometimes too caught up in the moments of life and not enough of just like really basking in that experience. Um some of my tours were very intense. They were long, they were all over the place. There was so many different stories and experiences that I was witnessing and holding space for. Um but I loved all of that. Those were like my highlights, knowing that there were such big changes happening with so many people, that they just were in shock. I had one person called me lately and they said, "Do you remember me?" And they kind of expressed where we met, how it happened, what was all about their kind of journey. And they said, "It has been 10 years since I've seen you, and your reading still hits so many points in my life that that was the best investment," they said, that they've ever done for themselves, because they just turn on the recording or they go back to the notes, or there was things that just were absorbed and then just hit them again later down the road, and they said, "Holy cow, that is crazy that that was something um available for me to have for the rest of my life." um so reflecting on that, it has been just such an honor. I know when I share with people, that when they ask if they could book a session or a reading or come to a retreat, I say that it's an honor to have them be a part of this journey in this space, because it is. It's not just something that's a catchphrase or just cliche. It's literally an honor to hold that journey with you and to really understand that there's so much more to life if we really truly want to open up and express who we truly are. When it's really that availability, we just got to trust where and why and how. So the bad of that reflection, though, is um I've sat in experiences, and I will express this one without giving too much personal details with the person. Um, I was down south and I was famous for just showing up to random trade shows or hair salons or um, different hotels if there wasn't really a hall or a place to kind of meet, people's homes. And I started at this one place. It was a spring trade show. And my girlfriend said, "Hey, I think I can get you a small little corner in this trade show and would love to hold that opportunity for you to get to know the community a bit more." And so I said, "Okay." So she talked with the event organizer, and I went to this little spring fling fair. And I got there, and this was the ironicness of this. I had a gentleman sit down, and he looked at me and he just said, "Glad you made it here." And I said, "Well, thank you kindly." And I said, um, "And what brought you in today?" And he said, "You." And I said, "Oh, well, I didn't market and I didn't advertise that I was going to be here." And he said, "No, I just knew that your soul was here. And so I walked across the street because my house is just a block away. And I knew that I needed to come and see you. And he said, everything that you need to do is right in front of you. And you don't have to be afraid of what you're doing here anymore. And this is the first person of the first opening minutes of the first opening expression. And I just sat there and I said, thank you, dear Oracle, for blessing me with knowing that this is the validation and the confirmation I need to know that the small towns, the small communities is where I need to be. And so we kind of shot some conversation back and forth to each other. And I just said, just thank you for holding space in a place that never believed in you and knowing that you had this mission to bring forward today. And so he teared up, I teared up. And that was it. That was the conversation. And so I just was just so blessed and so thankful. Then later on that day, a lady came up to me and she said, do you do readings? Very harsh and brash. And I said, yes, I do, ma'am. And she said, okay. So she sat down and she's twiddling her fingers and she's looking around and she's like, hey, well, tell me about me. Tell me about my life. And so I start to do the reading, but in a little bit hesitance, I said, do you feel comfortable being here? Is this okay for you? And she said, yep, let's just get it on with. And so I started reading and I started expressing what was happening. And she says, no. And she was just rejecting everything that I said. And so I said to her, I said, so none of this resonates with you whatsoever, at all. And she said, nope. And I said, okay, you know what? I pulled the cards off the table and I said, what I feel is that this is not truly the space that you feel safe to be in. I said it's very maybe open for you and not as private that you're hoping and needing. And so I said that I am no longer going to continue this reading. If you would like to book something, private, I do have a private space that we can do this in. But I just don't think this is in your highest good at this time to continue. And she just stopped. And it was almost like the first time that she was told no. And she said, well, no, like, I guess. And then she just started to break down these walls. And I said, sweetheart, it is no judgment. It is no fear. I said, I just want to make sure that you're okay and you feel safe first. And she just like was confused, shocked. I'm a complete stranger. I don't know her from a hole in the ground. And she just sat there being like, oh, I guess. Like, we get sometimes in these societal states that we need a reading, we need information, we need that, instead of just somebody advocating for something that was different. Now, that was the one, and I think maybe there was one other reading that I can't, it doesn't hit as hard as what this one is, that I've ever said no to somebody for a reading. And because I want to make sure that you're safe, that you're having the awareness and the truth of what that is, because I want people to really believe in that awareness and truly just say, like, this is a huge kind of excitement to your life. This is meant to be a blessing and helpful for you versus hindering. So it was very interesting, the way that she reacted, and knowing that somebody was willing to advocate for herself before she was willing to advocate for her. And that was hard because I will tell you, I have dealt with so many skeptics. Now, I do enjoy that sometimes a little bit of that challenge, a little bit of my Aries pops in there, just wanting to be able to show somebody the experience. But skeptics are sometimes, I would say sometimes a 50-50. Sometimes they are more of a 75-25% that they truly believe, but they just have been scared or maybe not shown in a way that I was able to show it, or they just were totally in rejection and denial. And it didn't matter what you would shake a stick at, that's what it would be. Um, so that has been kind of those up and downs of the journey when you deal with skeptics or false um false support for what you do. And throughout the years, I really did battle, I would say probably since 2019, I would say. I really struggled with, am I doing the right thing? Am I um gonna do this for the rest of my life? Is this just something to get me through a season? Is this something that I was just like, I kept on looking at consulting and teaching and instructing jobs, different marketing jobs that I was thinking of for helping with different products and stuff that I really thought were great in the industry. And I was just kind of really struggling to know if this was where I needed to fully anchor myself. And after, and even after having the oracle come and say that this is the place that you need to be, I was still struggling on knowing if this was really what I was destined for. And the reason behind that was because I had family, I had community, I had other people confused and maybe not knowing fully what I was doing. And in all honesty, in the early years, I wasn't maybe as honest or open with what I was doing because I was still navigating what was the medicine, the teaching, the call, the purpose behind it. And so I did not touch my hometowns or communities with a 10-foot pole for years, because I just didn't want people thinking, because as all of you know, small towns and communities are very sometimes gossipy or nosy or purposeful. I was too freaking busy in my childhood and in my world to know all the gossip, and we separated from family connections and other people and didn't hang out with a lot of other community people um later on in my life. So it was really hard um trusting that people weren't going to just see me and say, oh, well, you know my family history, so it's easy for you to mock up who is dead or alive or what they said or what a sign or a symbol would be. So I really didn't want to dive into that. There was a bit of fear I had about coming back to hometown. When I was in random locations, it was amazing. It was so easy to explore and experience and to be um what I would say sometimes my authentic self, because there wasn't maybe that fear or that judgment or that chaos that would happen if I felt like I didn't do a good reading or I didn't do this or I didn't do that. And so I really trusted what needed to be shared and said, no matter whose readings. And when I finally did come back home and do some local readings, um, I will equally cry with you. I will hold space in those journeys that are tough messages from loved ones, that maybe have some truth or fact or experience or an explanation finally after everything that had happened. Those that didn't maybe have some proper closure because it was a passing that was instant, sudden, a suicide, those different things. Um, so it was really hard for me to just be a stone face. Like I feel for you. I hold that space. Like when I am gifted with exchanging the message from your loved ones as a channeler and a medium, that was I express it in the way that they want me to explain it and share it with you. So um that was so important for me to know that that was authentically the messages I would give to you. And when I came back home, I think I did um some soul journeying and soul purpose kind of discovery for myself a bit more before I was willing to go in. And as a practitioner, you must be willing to go through the ringer, go through those roots, go through those archives, go through those thoughts and those memories, and really understand, where do you come from with your voice? Where do you come from with your stance? Where do you come from with your purpose? Um, because a lot of people don't realize that you can be putting your thoughts or your projections or your ideals on somebody else and expectations. And that has always been a fine line to work with in my world, because I am so passionate, and I do deliver very powerful exchanges and experiences. And sometimes people know that that's what they want, because I've always set in my mission, um, that you have to um, be ready to receive what it is if we cross journeys and paths. Has always been a prayer, a motto, a mission that I've set as an intention. So anybody who is crossing my path and coming to me at that time, that I trust that they are ready to receive what is in their highest good. And working through those checks and balances, it was always just trusting that I will not always be excited to be seen again. I would maybe have them see things differently, and that they are going to have to do some work to it, because I found in the industry of wellness, there are people that sometimes just sugarcoat it or made it just really convenient for somebody to um, just kind of enjoy what their mission or their story was, versus it being um maybe sometimes always super truthful. So that was something that I really wanted to um respect back to a soul, that they got to have finally the truth of what they need to know and what they need to hear, that is in their highest good, because I check it before I um will give it. And so that was kind of the hard parts with it. And knowing that there were so many people that I was able to help, but sometimes they were scared not to share their journeys or their stories, because they were worried about what other people would say or what people would believe. And then other people just would shout it out from the rooftop. So reflecting back on that, it was really hard to, ask people, like, what did you think? What did you believe? What did you not do? What did this mean to you? And getting into like reviews and testimonies, I always struggled receiving those, because I didn't want somebody to feel like they were pressured into it. And it would be when people would just share their messages after a session or a reading or a retreat, um, that they would share it. But then I feel like sometimes a lot of people get scared that their life can change that quickly, that purposefully, and um that intentionally, that sometimes the intensity sometimes scare people on knowing that we don't have to live in a shitty rut in a shitty way. So I just trusted whatever they needed to take away from that moment in time was what they needed. So just trusting the process, it was one of the hard um abilities to know that everybody has a time and a season. And that was just because sometimes when you see it from a reading and a perspective as a third party or an outsider, knowing how quickly or excitedly their worlds can shift and change, you just can't have that full expectation to people's worlds. And another thing that I really struggled with was then being hated for sharing the truth. And um a rock bottom moment that I had in my journey was when I was um in that relationship that guided me to having the support to be a part of these different things. But um I struggled knowing that this belief that I'm not good enough. I struggled knowing that I was then sometimes the broken person because I was aggravating spaces or places because just holding that truth or saying, like, I don't feel like that's something that is really healthy to be a part of in homes or relationships. And that caused a huge ripple in that relationship. And I remember that that was a time that I was ready to end it all and say that I was truly the problem and I was the damaged one because of my childhood, what I was going through in my adolescent years, thinking that I just constantly am failing at all these things, which I was programmed and marked up to be perfect and at doing anything and everything that we should be doing. Um, and then it was layers of like family or friends making side comments of like, oh, so you only just pry and prey on people when they're in their most vulnerable states. Um, oh, you just make people believe whatever you tell them is true. Um, oh, so you think you know it all, but you're so young and you've never had to experience much heartache. So why would you know how to deal with these kinds of things? Those were rock bottoms and experiences that I really struggled with because then I would feel sometimes like a parrot trying to express, like, no, like, you don't know me. This is where I've come from, what I've journeyed with, what was hard, what was not. And so it was just always like over explaining myself. And that was a struggle. That was hard because I feel like I had to prove to people why I knew depths of trauma, depths of hurt, depths of pain, depths of loss, depths of um fears and illusions and hurt and baggage. So it was really hard for me to kind of understand that this is a journey that I didn't want to pick. So at that point, that rock bottom was just like, I didn't want to fucking be in this place. I didn't ask to do this. I didn't ask to, have so much of this be on my shoulders. Like I don't want to be the boss. I don't want to be the naysayer. I don't want to do these things. So a lot of people were just realizing um the outside world versus seeing what I was witnessing and experiencing day in and day out. And then a lot of people then were like, well, why is Shanice doing this? Like, what is it? So I had a lot of curiosity to what I was doing, but then people were scared or confused, being like, well, how did you pick this up? And a lot of people then started being like, oh, you're just being a therapist to me now. And I was like, no, I'm just being me. I'm still the same person. I still love and do the things that I have. It's just that I had that intuition and those things way before I had this title. And so then I struggled really knowing what to call myself. I what have been called a black magic, a witch, a voodoo practitioner. And I'm just sitting here and I'm like, I am still me. These are things that I'm just now willing to listen to the things that come from my heart, come from this purpose, come from the calling. And so there was a lot of like that bashing self back and forth. It was like almost kind of being caught in a riptide or on the shores of the ocean with a really rocky shoreline, just kind of getting sucked in and sucked out and sucked in and drug out. And so it was just kind of realizing I had to just finally come to a place in my heart knowing that this is 1000 freaking percent that this is what I need to do. And I had sat in my car. I lived in my car for quite a few years. Um, and in my early years of Shanice's Niches, um, that was the time that my parents were separating, finally, and that it was a time of just realizing, like, there's good things gonna happen, there's gonna be change, like, things are gonna get better, and it was just like a roller coaster throughout these 10 years of just, like, what is family, what's purpose, what's happiness, what's support, what's love, what's denial, what's sabotage, what's fraud on people's ability to be a part of the journey. And then I knew that I was growing this expectation, knowing that there's more education, there's more awareness, especially now today. Everybody is now a TikTok therapist or a guru or a master and things. So now everybody's starting to realize that these things that I was sharing in the past really have validity and ground to stand on, but people are still choosing old patterns and old ways. And so that was really hard for me to start witnessing that these same programs and thoughts and expectations were starting to come forward in where is society going to be when it grows up? Where are we going to be in this next chapter? And I wanted so many people to just have freedom and not have to deal with the bullshit that truly, when you're an outsider and viewing the world for the years and the times that I've been doing it, started to show a lot of simplicity and ease on how we can accomplish it. And when we come back into sometimes those narrow-minded and communities and experiences, that was hard for me to really hold that space until somebody was willing to truly trust the process of what we're here to do and enjoy in life. And it's not about blaming and saying that this person's a bad guy because they do addictions or struggles or, you know, because of this or that. No, like, I'm here to just bring the awareness, show where the pain comes from, and allow people the awareness to say, I can truly start now, knowing that this is the change that I can truly have in my life. Because a lot of what I've now experienced in the 10 years and decades of my own self journey, we're looking for validation. And so this next chapter really started to be about, you know, what are we actually looking for on this human planet, this experience we're here for? And validation has been a huge topic, and that's where we'll definitely chime in and find kind of that awareness and that space for it. But when I was living in my vehicle, I remember there was middle of the month, I would have sessions or workshops that would be fully booked out, and then others that would just have a couple here and there. And I learned throughout that journey never to say no to something. And I had a vision board workshop that there was only 2 people, and the store owner, she said, truly, it's totally fun if you want to cancel. And I said, no, I do want to just hold space because these 2 people seem really excited. And when I did that, these 2 people shared their story, and it was just so touching on why we have to just be so cautious of a society just worrying about the money or the fear of not having enough, because we miss out on some really pure, authentic connections. And so that is when I kind of made the rule that no matter what, I will hold space for whatever the journey may look like. And I just trust that universe, please, you got to help pay the bills and not go to creditors and deal with the debts of life. And I remember I was in my car. I couldn't rent a hotel room because it was too much money. And I would not be able to pay my bills coming up soon. So I would stay in my vehicle, grab food here and there. And I then was coming up to my deadline for my middle of the month bills. And I just got mad and I just said, like, what the hell am I doing this for? Like, I could be doing my oil patch, farming, doing something else than this. Like, what the hell am I doing this work and this job for? Because truthfully, it doesn't even pay the fucking bills. I know how to, use my money properly. I just like, what am I doing with this life, this career? Like, this just seems stupid. And I was like, unless you're gonna fucking magically send me money and clients all of a sudden to pay for this, I'm done. I'm looking for my job. I'm ending this bullshit. This could be a whatever side hustle or hobby or some other bullshit, or when I become a mom, maybe one day I can do this. But at this point in time, I'm too young, I'm too broke, I'm too whatever to continue thinking that this is what I need to do. Like, I have more to do with my life than this. And kid you not, I had three people call saying, "Hey, so and so was talking about having a session with you. I'd love to book a reading." And another person called, and another person called. So I had to eat my humble crow pie on that and know that this was where I had to be. But for what? For how? What duration? What expansion? I was just like, fine. But if you're going to constantly keep this chokehold on me, I just don't feel like this is healthy or important to continue doing this. And so, yeah, that was a start of that journey. And I started touring in the Pumpkin. That was the orange Ford Edge. And things in family happened and shifted that I just realized that no, I will trust that this is what I have to do. And I started touring and doing life. And I realized throughout that reflection that I've been sitting with this last little week here about where I've come from, that led me to where we sit today. And the same thing happened. I am now in a relationship. The person that I did not think I was supposed to be with, that we met in college, that I called him my main man, Brody, way to manifest in that sense, I guess. That we were in a relationship, that I was doing another retreat, and only 2 people confirmed that they were coming. I had 15 that were all said that they were coming, and they ended up, like, some people said I have a divorce, or somebody got sick, or the kids changed, or this, that. So it narrowed down to just 2 lovely ladies. And I said, no, I have my rule. I know that I need to do this. And this was 3 years ago. And Brody was just like, well, I don't think that you should go. Like, we're in harvest here. You just came off a tour. Like, you're pretty exhausted. Like, this is prime time. Like, just take this weekend, rest, and you got to go back on tour again. And I said, I know, but I just feel that I should go. And so I had my sister said no to go, mom said no to go, because it's the same story. Like, these are just things that were happening, and I was going to have to pay some pretty big things out of pocket, and I didn't want to let down the horse operation I was renting and doing all this work with. And so I said, no, I'm just going to go. So we went, and we're riding up, and we're at lunch, and I asked, like, is there a space that around you that that I could look into, because we want to buy a facility, a place, a home that I can start doing my work with. And he's like, well, I don't know, like, there's this other place and this other place, but Rock Lake is for sale. And I was like, bullshit, Rock Lake is for sale. And I'll express a little bit more at 4:00 today about what destiny means. But that started a whole other trust and purpose. But it was realizing what are the ups and downs and all arounds to it was just so hard to realize. Like, sometimes there's things you're going to have to do in your journey that others are going to say you're batshit crazy, totally deny you, block you, hate you, mistreat you, um, and say they love you, but they don't. But then you get to meet people that you would never live your life without. So throughout that reflection, I think that's a big thing of just trusting what needs to be for you at all times. Yes, we have partners. Yes, we have kids. Yes, we have these different things we can use as like excuses, or we have community. But the reality is there's so much more to this existence if you truly want to trust in the bigger picture. So, to wrap up 10 years in an hour is kind of sometimes hard, but that's why we have the whole day. So thank you all for being here, and I'm so thankful for all of you watching and sharing the congratulations and the happy anniversaries and things like that. It's just really nice to have you guys be a part of this, and knowing that there's just so much support and love and excitement. So it's been so great to have all of this shaking out. And yeah, like I said, it's just knowing that these are things that are just little tidbits, so that people understand that, who have maybe not been a part of this journey, to really understand that you can definitely share so much more in your life if you're willing to just sometimes take the plunge and really coming into that awareness. So yeah, I know that a lot of you might be in a journey of your own and really knowing what is next. And I hope that this really does bring so much truth and expansion on your journey and maybe your next 10 years, because there's just so much to get excited for and believe what's really next. So like I said, there's so much to entertain in our world if we're really willing to dance and have a party, do celebrations, be truthful to you. And that's what I really want to set home with everybody today. I started doing this when it wasn't cool. This is what I've said to some people when a lot of people are like, oh, well, now you're some big shot, or you think you know this or you know that. And I said, no, I started this with fear and hurt and chaos and scared, but I knew that there was something bigger and deeper. And I dived into more of my purpose and my passion, and just really trying to understand the journey. And that's why I hold such deep space for those that are going through life, and really know that these are the tools that have worked for me, worked for hundreds of thousands of other people. That it's really understanding that you have a choice. And I was doing this before it was cool to know what your culture or your status or your people or your things were. Knowing what it was back in the day to knowing what was, now you see everybody and their dog having crystals in their vehicles, or having oils, or, talking about sound or breath work now. Like, this was all at a time that it was very like ex-nayed and shut down and fear-mongered. So there's just so much that I think people get scared into knowing that you have to start when it's just maybe not the best divine timing you think of, because the world has a way bigger plan. That is what I know for a fact. With the 10 years I've been a part of it, because I will tell you, I have been the best lab rat, guinea pig, sacrificial lamb to this process. I feel sometimes where I'm like, why me? Like, smite me, great smiter, and mighty smiter, because it's just like those layers. Sometimes you get wrapped up in your own stories in your head, but at the end of the day, you will be like, oh, sorry, wasn't that bad. It wasn't that problem. It wasn't this, because we are humanized and experienced into a lot of pain and struggle and suffering sometimes, that it's hard. So I have learned that I'm not everybody's cup of tea. I know that a lot of people want to receive the depth and the strength of the medicine and the readings and the processings, and they wanted titles to, you know, label and block me into something. But that's why now I've reflected that I'm a life tour guide, because I just bring those wholeness of tools and experiences and cultural teachings and expressions that have been blessed all through my journey. And knowing that that is truly who and what I am, I won't shut that down or sabotage it for anybody else. So I just know that I am there for the people that are ready to do the work that they are destined to enjoy and live their best life. So a lot of you have been on that journey, have, you know, touched your toes in. Sometimes some of you still haven't had a reading and just don't know if it's the right time. Like, there's just so much of my following that has so many different layers to it, but just truly trusting and believing that we have so much excitement next. And that is what we'll be diving into here next. So thanks everybody for tuning in for this segment of the reflecting of the decade, and knowing what were the good, the bad, and the ugly, and the rock bottoms. Hopefully that kind of gave you a bit of awareness of what that journey has been so far. But again, we have the rest of the day to tap into this. We are just getting started. It's like a steam train. Things are just rocking and rolling. So again, like I said, we are not everybody's cup of tea, and we are starting to showcase more of what we offer here at the Niche Nation. We give such gratitude and thanks to Shanice's Niches. And that is where I've reflected that I can't do this alone. And there's so many big things that we are willing to navigate and bring forward to all of you now, because there is so much more we are getting in our community. And so I hated saying that I have clients, or saying that I have followers, or saying that I had these tones. I said I want to have the ability to say we have a community, we have a family, we have a nation. These are souls that are just looking for guidance. These are people in the process. You know, those are things that have been just really working on how many layers we want to just kind of help people know that you're just not a number here. You're not just a tagline. You're not just all these different things. So we want to just really respect that we all have a season and a journey, and that is what we have coming up. So as you see these commercials popping up, these are things that we're branding and showcasing. And also, we're going to take a tour on our Facebook, or our website. But yes, we have a huge awareness and work on our Facebook. Our goal is going to be letting you all know what we have transpiring in the future. But we're going to take a little break here, and everything that you're watching here on the commercials, these are things that are active and happening. So please note that these are all the things that members and people are going to be available to see and enjoy. But again, knowing that your membership as a Guidance Plus member gets to enjoy all of these great things monthly, and have the ability to really see so much growth and change for a very reasonable fee. And we have many things that we'll show you on the website we've changed and are doing. So again, coming up, we're going to talk about our new guidance deck that I've been working on for very, very long time, and giving a little free card reading pull later on in the segment. At 2:00, we're going to be talking about my why. And then at 4 p.m., we're going to be talking about how to trust your journey. And at 5 p.m., we will talk about the book and the journey of my truth. 7 p.m. is a Q&A. Bring your curiosity. That is everything we will talk about, discover, and understand why maybe being a member, or working with us, or booking up a retreat or function, or coming for a heal and stay we have options. And at 9 p.m., we are doing the closing ceremony and raffle. So again, please tag, share, like, and type in why is it so important for you to win a $1,111 Rise package experience here this September fall equinox. So here is some of our new segments and commercials. I ain't everybody's cup of tea, and here's why. I have spent the past decades traveling, digging, and delivering the truth. What is that, you ask? Here at the Niche Nation, it's a 360-degree, no BS, self-discovery destiny. It's real, it's raw, and it's uncut. We deal with pain, struggle. We deal with the rock bottoms like no other. No age, no gender, no journey too deep for us to hold space. We are here as life tour guides to lead you to the calling. Grab a cup, take a sip, and enjoy the once-in-a-lifetime journey here at the Niche Nation. Hello and welcome back, everybody. We are here to talk about the Rule Roots Guidance Deck. Now, before we start that, a part of the reflection journey, this was a letter I sent myself back in 2015. And it was crazy. We were working on cleaning out just some paperwork and experiences. When any of you have been a part of being in a home, we all know that there's some winter, kind of maybe some projects or spring cleaning that starts to happen. And I came across this little envelope, and I literally reopened it and found it on the same day 10 years ago. So this was on January 26, 2015. And this was a personal development experience I did through Arbonne. And I did not sign up as a consultant. The beautiful ladies that I was a part of really wanted me to kind of take the plunge and to be that. And I said, oh, I'm not a mom yet. That's a mom thing. My mom always did MLMs and stuff. So I was just like, nah, I'm not into any of that. So I got into their little self development and discovery. And the lady was hosting a Robin Sharma's Leadership Without a Title. And I thought that was really important because a lot of people saw me as that leader, that guide, that support. And I really wanted to find out something a bit more about maybe sometimes myself and knowing how can I be a better leader. And so they had us write this letter. And I still have all the forms and the documents of the course that we took. And I really kind of sat back when I reread this a decade later. And like I said, I pulled this out literally on January 26th and just really was in awe and was so thankful to know that my 10-year younger self knew that there was something bigger we needed to do. So it says, Dear Shanice, now you are back in the real world game. Please remember that you learned and do not give in. The 5 things you need to do is 1, smile. No matter the day, the moment that you are in or having, always know it could be worse. Number 2, don't overcommit. You want to master the tasks before you do another half-assed. 3, know your boundaries. Dad will live and you will get to have your life in order and help when you can, but you don't have to do it all. Number 4, it is okay to be unsure. Fear is pointing you into the right direction. Lean into it, mountain girl. Number 5, do what you love. If you love your job, workout, man, life will be way easier. You can do this, girl. It takes time, and the world is coming together to make you the master of what your life needs to be. And also know, love yourself. XOXO, Shanice. So reading that on a layer of living in the dream home that you literally had on your vision board, living in your truth and your identity of who and what you want to be when you grow up, it's just such a welcoming experience to finally dive into what is the truth of who and what we are. And I would really love for all of you today to take that time and to write yourself a letter at this current time, at this current motion, and to really advocate for you to know what it is you need to experience and trust in. And just give yourselves a little thing or some 5 or 10 tips that you would love to reread and post date it for today and keep it in a little time capsule and reread it when you need to, or mail it out to us, and then we'll have a little time capsule to open it up and experience what we have been doing for the past decade after today. So, what it means to have guidance. So, again, a big thing that we did in the Niche Nation and Shanice's niches for so long was guidance. And so, knowing that this is a little bit of our journey, that cards were a part of it, I felt very called to bring forward something that I know that isn't really out there, and that would always be kind of a little niche that I love having, is just knowing that we're doing something a little bit different or unique compared to other experiences. So when I first started with my journey, I had maybe three decks of cards, a tarot, an oracle, and some other kind of one. And if any of you know now, probably in my office, I fully haven't unpacked it all yet, but we know we've got a whole schlam of cards, ruins, experiences, and things that have been just good little tools that we enjoy having, because it's important to know that we need something sometimes when we're home at our own self or at our own states, that there's something that we can just maybe turn to when we don't have either people to connect with or ask or dive into. So I started working on my very own oracle deck. And I sat with it, I was thinking about it, and this is how nostalgic we got. Good old little scribbler for $2 that I bought at a dollar store in Shellbrook, Saskatchewan. And I wrote just different little tidbits and things, and I filled every one of these pages with information. And I was like, perfect. So I'm going to make myself an oracle deck. And it started with that one. And I started to think, but I just don't want to be just another deck that just kind of sits on somebody's shelf, or they pull it here and there, or whatever kind of that tone might be for a journey, because I have been an avid card holder and space reader for it for years. So there were certain things that I really loved about some decks, some things I didn't. I would open up my decks and bless them and work with the patterns that I know that were very just meaningful and setting some really great intentions into them. And so I was like, I want this to be just tangible for anybody and everybody. I don't want it to be too whimsical or too girly or too bold or too harsh. I want it to just be something that really just resonates. And I was like, so my husband's always big on like, what's your avatar? How do we help? What are the people? What are the things that you want to, support and do? And I said, I get that, but I want to have something that just really is a staple. Like, imagine if it was like salt and pepper, that it's just something that you could have on hand. And it's just things that we just know that this is how we work with it. So I started into it, and I really realized that this isn't an oracle deck, that this is more based on a guidance. So I said I wanted to have the ability, after somebody told me this, I just wish I could have you in my pocket and know that this would be things that you would be saying to me when I just don't have the chance to get a reading or process things with you. And I said, maybe that's where we need to dive in. Maybe this is where we actually need to kind of co-create something with the world that just really has Shanice in somebody's pocket when they need me. And so that was the first kind of co-creation with it in 2020. And then it just has been marinating and journeying and scratching and changing and lifting and not having any traction to then it all getting done all in one state. And so, what I wanted this one to really resonate with people is that this is the rural roots guidance. Now, doesn't mean you have to be from a farm, doesn't mean you have to be not a city slicker or anything like that. This was literally knowing that when we go back to roots, because even if I was in major cities, I still had people that were connected to either their grandparents from the farm, their siblings live at the farm now. They've always loved the farm. They grew up on a farm, but then moved to the city. So there was always some sort of root to a rural experience. So I thought, okay, what are things that are just pivotal rural ideas, items, events, experiences, or ways that we exist? And so I started with 55 things that I really felt that were important that kind of tied in a bit of oracles and affirmations and a bit of tarot and a bit of this and a bit of ruins and a bit of that. And if any of you know, I love cooking, so I don't have a recipe barely ever. So it's always just things that I just feel and I dip and I dash and I pour and I splash. So it's just kind of what I was feeling about this deck. And I just really sat there and thinking, like, what would it be like if I was back in the seat 10 years ago and knowing what would it be that people would really love to hear when I was in those states or those thoughts or those processes. So when you witness this deck, this is where it comes from. It comes from that bird eye view of just knowing that these were things that I wished I just would have understood and read or felt or knew, I guess, that was needed at that moment in time. So it ain't for everybody, this deck. If you are not wanting to hear the truth. Now, let me explain. Back in the day, I was living at my grandparents' old farm, and I was wondering, what the hell am I doing back at this point and this place and this time again, trying to prove a point, thinking that this is where I needed to be. And I had asked, what should I be doing? And so I had the cards, pulled them, and they were there. And I didn't really like the answer that I got. So I put them back, I reshuffled them, and lo and behold, I pulled them out again. Now, when I say I am analytical and I am factual and all these things, this was in my earlier years, that I was shuffling and shifting and changing. Like, there's no way ever that I would have pulled those same cards as like a magic magician or anything. I was trying to prove myself wrong, prove the deck wrong, prove everything that is about what we do today wrong. And so I pulled them and I was like, well, maybe if I flip the card, do the different meanings or do this. I just remember just kind of like, I think my higher self just laughing at myself, just being like, wow, you are one stubborn ass mule. You are just like so used to just always getting through those things and thinking that that's just the way you're going to control it. So I was like, okay, well, whatever. And I was like, you know what, just for shits and giggles, I'm going to pull the deck again. And lo and behold, we hit the triple spin and those same cards came out. And after that, I had a fox Now, I didn't know that at the time. I just thought because my grandparents' farm is off on a major highway for a small town. And so there's always traffic. And I remember hearing this little girl scream. Now, I thought I was losing my shit, starting to get kind of darker outside. And I was just like, okay, I just opened up Jumanji, the Pandora's box. Like, this is where all hell is going to break loose. Like, I have opened up something I should have not done. And so I like crouch around the corner of the house and I look, and in a beautiful sunset is a fox that, after it screamed and sat there and looked at me and just tilted its head, I just fell down on my knees and I started to cry. And through my journey, animals and totems and our environments and our experiences are so important to listen to and be attentive to. And that is where I realized that this was something that I cannot screw around with anymore. And when I looked back at that journal, I started to realize what I was so scared of. And it was the truth. It was the change. It was the things that, it wasn't the plan that I had set in stone. It didn't make sense to me. So we start to just push ourselves away from a lot of these experiences and thinking that this is something that we need to do on our own terms versus what it is for everything else. So what it all has to do with this deck is, that's why I say it's not for everybody if they're not wanting to just deal with the truth and the things that are there. So when I made this deck, it was really about knowing what was the reverse. So if the card is upside down, I really strongly believe in those practices when I work with cards, because it really helps you understand that it is at that moment and that time doesn't mean it's not going to change. So the reverse is the challenge message, and the card facing upward and proper is the ally. And I really wanted something to help that difference versus it being a negative message versus a good message. That it's just these obstacles and these challenges that sometimes have to happen so we do grow, we do expand, and we do flourish into the things that we need to be when we grow up. And then I also brought in the elements. I brought in just some missions. I've put in some quests to help you kind of journey through that. So it was just very, in Ukrainian, we call it missionena. It was a mixture of all the things that I knew and needed and experienced and witnessed and had testament to have this in the deck. And so it's not all about, ooga booga, or you're gonna open up that Ouija board energy or anything like that people sometimes get scared with about cards. These are thought-provoking, depth discovery. Sometimes some of them are a reality check, just some curiosity, just some reflection in these cards that I find is just really important for people to have just something as a different point of view. And I think as people take the time to journey through that deck, I think they're really going to enjoy what is transpired through their experiences, because I think a lot of people get so caught up in well, my reader told me this, or my pendulum said this, and they get a lot of second guessing. You can twist it, turn it, shuffle it, divide it, cut it, any way, shape, or form you want. It's just going to show you the truth is in the pudding. So you just got to deal with what your reaction and inputs and kind of movement on when you receive the message, what you're going to do with it. Now, going through it was really a passion project because I didn't want to rush this. I knew that there was things that I had to grow up and learn. I knew that I had to witness and see. So when I started it, it was really important for me to just keep building what this was. So every card that was added to this deck was added at different times, stages, and layers of it. And so I started with the book. I filled the book. And then I was like, well, that's good and all, but it's missing something. And it was missing a whole other deck. And so then I created this little list. And I started to realize that this wasn't just going to be that's when I started to realize that this wasn't just going to be an oracle deck. This was going to be a guidance deck. That this is literally like having a retreat, a workshop, me in your back pocket, that there's going to be different card pulls, different series, different ways you can work with the deck, to allow yourself to just really have that tool. And I want to have it so that it's kind of like an Allen key, or something that just has a full variety of different things that you can do it as big or as little, one card pull a day, versus a whole entire mind map to what you're trying to figure out in your life. And give yourself just some, just some space to really navigate and discover yourself. So that really is going to be something moving forward, that there's going to be 2 decks in this series, and they are meant to work together. But I have big mitts, and so it's easy for me to deal with bigger cards or different decks. So I understand that you're not going to be able to fully have the whole deck, 111 cards, in your hand at once. So what I'm going to do is have it so that it's 2 different decks. You can have the experience to purchase both of them. But what happens is that this deck is an experience and a journey. So not everybody is going to be able to just buy them online. I want to have the abilities that I guide you through what these decks really mean. And I want to have the ability to show you how to use them in the best authentic way. And then you can navigate through whatever way you want to work with it. Why that's important to me is just understanding that sometimes when we get decks, we don't really sometimes know fully what we're anticipating or going to journey with, because they are a very beautiful being in our life, that they have their own personality, their own characteristic, their own way that they want to be connected with you. So it's helping people understand that, truthfully, moving forward, you're not going to have truly a full reading from me anymore. I want it so that you have me within the words and the process and the pictures and the cards, so that it's literally helping you guide through that journey. So giving you a little bit of the tour guide of me in your pocket really is something that I want to showcase and share people with, and so that they have the best experience, so that when they do receive the deck, that they do have the workshop that is attached with it, that they then feel very confident, very keen, and respecting their journey moving forward, and they enjoy what life has to have, the messages and guidance. So that's why I did it that way. And today I wanted to just offer a bit of that experience, that story behind it, and just love to hear, other people's thoughts or their views or their experiences that they would love to talk about, and any questions they might have about the deck that we have. So again, it's going to be we're just finalizing the last bit of the write-ups and some of the artwork, and it will be available this year. And so hopefully Once I get all of the information back here soon, that's going to be all bundled up and packaged, ready to rock and rumble. Possibly, maybe it might be out sooner, but it might be more of a Rise launching, that any of those that are going to come to Rise, that's going to be something that you will receive. So again, anybody who wants to win a chance to come and experience Rise, that is something that we are going to be launching here as a raffle today. And that is a $1,111 free ticket to Rise. If you tag, share, and state why you want to come to Rise, you get a chance to win that ticket. There's only going to be one pulled for today, and that's at the very end of our birthday celebration. So again, thank you all who have been a part of this journey so far, and very excited to tap in and see what is going to be the excitement and the magic of what we are bringing in this next decade. So again, any of you who have questions or thoughts about the Oracle, or the I keep saying Oracle, guidance deck that we have to help you navigate through your journey. And like people have stated, they wish they had a little Shanice in a pocket, and now you will have the availability to do that. So any questions or thoughts, or eventually here in the next few minutes, we'll if you would like to have one of the new cards pulled for you, you won't be able to see the picture of them, but I will be able to give you a remote reading and expression of that card, so you kind of get a taste and a discovery of what this card really means. And yes, I have a froggy voice because we've been in conferences, meetings, collaborations, and I have not worked on my vocal cords, I guess, in a little while because I'm not on tour lately. So I lost my little delicate voice for today. Okay, so we have a question here that states, I hear you when you say that you didn't trust your cards. That's a big struggle I deal with when I'm working with my tools. I know that they're giving me the best answer, but how do I deal with when the message is so head on that I can just ground in and trust the process? Now, that's a great question because I know a lot of people struggle with that proof in the pudding. We're very tangible beings. We really always want to have that truth match and show proof before we start having ourselves dive in and trust that this is truly what we should shake up and break up our whole entire life for. So those are things that I would really love you to sit with and ask, why are you truly scared to change the old ruts or the problems or the struggles that are not really in your highest good? Why are you willing to still stay stagnant or in the hurt and the pain? That will help you because it's not the cards or the tools that you're mad at. You're actually struggling with something that you don't believe in your choices anymore. Maybe you've struggled with just dealing with so much pain and realizing that people are not always as nice as what they sound like, and you're just always tired of the rejection. So it's just helping you just maybe sometimes dive into more of that depth of knowing, why are we still kind of stuck in those loops and patterns, and really giving yourself some grace and saying, I did the best that I could then, Now that I know more information and more experiences, I trust that this next step is the best or in my highest good compared to what I was choosing back in the past. So hopefully that will help you just kind of navigate and express a bit more at that time. So thank you so much for sharing your question. I know I've got a couple of messages here. I know that moving forward, a lot of people are just scared that what's gonna cause people to think that I'm not really knowing what I'm needing to say. So a lot of people are like, okay, so if I use this deck, and that truth is being shared, then how am I really going to understand that this is important to share to somebody? Now, you have to ask yourself if this is truly what somebody needs to hear at this moment in time, not to take it personal if they're not going to listen or hear it, but maybe it just takes time for them to absorb the message. Now, I also say that you can't go and always do all the work for all the rest of your friends, your family, your neighbors, your society. You have to be willing to do the best work to you first, and then you can work on the permission to work with somebody else after. So don't go and just do a bunch of readings for your husband or your girlfriend or your dog or your siblings or your family because that's just what you think you need to be doing. Because you're just trying to get everybody rocking and rumbling. This is for you. This is where it's really important that we're taking time to nurture and be the best versions of ourselves, because our walk and talk and actions help others know that this is important for them to then realize, hey, what's changed? What's different? What are you doing that I'm not seeing these results or this success or whatever that might be? So that's just maybe helping you maybe navigate a bit better so that you're not just caught up into the whirlwind of everybody else's shit shows. So that's another guidance that I would love to share about when you're doing readings. It's not for everybody that you're needing to dive in and find out why does this person make this choice or do that. It's really important. Awesome. Okay, so now we're gonna be looking like we've got a few more minutes here till 1 o'clock. We're gonna open up the floor for anybody that is interested or excited to have a card pulled for you at this time from the new guidance, the Rule Root Guidance deck. Now, like I said, it's not with physical cards just yet. These are things that I've gonna be getting them in our hands very soon. But you guys and this birthday celebration are what I wanted to give a little treat and spoiler alert to first. So who would love to have a card pulled for them from our new and brewed guidance deck? All right, we've got a few people coming in. Okay, so coming up for you here. This card is dedicated to you. When you see your name pop up on the screen, this is where we are going to be giving you the reading. So the seeding and manifesting are the same theme and type of work. You cannot just plop it and think it's going to wish wishfully grow and thinking that just the sprinkles of a little H2O on it is going to help it make it grow. No, no, no. You need time, love, and real intention, real grounding, and real rooting, and time for it to really manifest with its prayers and its dedication. It's like a waltz, taking it step by step and allowing it to know that this is where it's going to dance into its trance, knowing its time is really here to be for its fruitful abundance this time, not just only here for those that take advantage of it. So, something to work on is detail very clearly your seeds, or AKA your wishes. Dig them into a place that is deep within you and plant them with the highest love, patience, support, and attention. The third step is every day be working on making that seed, knowing that it is important, it's special, and it is the best that is yet to come. Number 4, once you really understand that this is the time that it needs it, it is then to leave it and let it do its work. Get the roots and let it grow well. The 5th step is to weed out all the extra bullshit and the things that are causing you not to feel like it's important or happy or good for you at this time. 6 is we continue to put that intention, love, nurturing, and really bask in the sunlight as the seedlings grow. The 7th step is all the extra work, all the extra fertilizing is now showing, and it's now yours time to enjoy what will grow. So that is called, the card is called seeding. Thank you so much. All right, next card. Now remember, folks, this has never been spoken out into the world until now. So your card is being activated at this time to really trust in this process. So this card is for you. It is called the Moon card. And what is coming forward for you in this one is, are you having a hard time adapting in this moonlight? It is a tricky experience that you are feeling right now, knowing where do you truly trust your footing. There's enough light to see, but not enough to fully trust. At this time, yes, my dearest, you have to deal with the shadows in the side. There is no such thing as good people or bad people. We are all humans doing the human things and learning about life. You cannot judge because that gives you the power that is not yours to hold. You have to be a part of the darkness to see the wholeness of self. Then it'll be time to bloom in the full moonlight that allows you to dance on a lake and go into the night with so much grace. Remember, fear can only teach us so much. And when we are afraid of that night, our shadows, our secrets, all of that stuff likes to come out and play. It is time for you to just hold still, see what is really reflecting from that light into your soul to give it light in those dark nights. So, what fears do you have? That is the Moon. Thank you so much. All right. The next card for you . Okay, this card for you is called the Herd. One can make a ripple, many can make an earthquake. It is at this time you see you have been following the sheep to either the family, the household, the friends, the work in your life. You are being a people pleaser and feeling like you're leading or taking hold of something that truly is not for you to take stance in. You feel like you're sometimes feeling off track, and you don't have to be in panic anymore. Just stop, pause, allow yourself to take the moment to really understand what is the purpose of this herd or this group. It is key for you to understand that this purpose is maybe sometimes a distraction versus what is actual passion. How do you communicate into a herd? Are you boisterous? Are you pushy? Or are you laid back? Or are you the quiet one in the corner? It is important to understand that there's always some sort of struggle, but it's only for those that are ready to take a stance. It might not look like the most popular outcome or the popular version of it, but it is important to understand that it is time to reevaluate your tribe, know what's really important, if this is worth following or worth leading or worth leaving. Thank you. Okay, the next card for you today. Now remember, as your name pops up and I read that card, that is specifically for you at this time. Okay, this card is for you today. This is called the Earth card. Sweet child of this earth, this is your home. Being an outsider gives you sometimes a perspective, but it is time to call you home. This gives you a whole other meaning to knowing what to live for. You are earthing well on this earth walk. Why you see all of the beauty in the world is because that is what we see in you. You are here in this foundation to make a change. That is why all of this growing pain, suffering, and hurt has not always been the lightest burden to carry. But now it is time to give it back to this earth, the true mother of us all, for you to be the steward of the land, to take care, to teach, to learn, to grow in the everyday of the days you have left. I and you are a gift to this world, and so enjoy and be the best you can be to every person that you connect with. Yes, some people might have their nose up and some might have their nose down, distracted by the world, but always be the light, the shining, and the support for those that are called to you at this time. Be with your boundaries, know what is in the importance to grow and live and enjoy what we all have for here today. Amazing. So glad you enjoyed them. Any others that feel called to enjoying, we will take a couple more cards to help you at this time if you feel called to get a card. Reading them out loud has been so exciting to just kind of hear what has been, like I said, over like 5 years plus decades worth of just knowing that these are things that needed to happen. So grateful you guys have all enjoyed your cards so far. And again, any of you who might be on replay and really wishing you could have been here and receiving a card, we will have them out here in the world, tangibly in your hands, hopefully sooner than later. And that will really be important for all of that. Amazing. I almost am a bit teary right now. This is so cool to have our words out into the world and knowing that this is so impactful for all of you. I know it's crazy how sometimes a random stranger card pull can make so much sense in a world, but the science behind it is that it is fact check. That there's no other ways to understand it or to make sense of it. It's just something that we just have to feel and believe in. So thank you for literally receiving the inaugural first card pulls of the Rural Roots guidance deck. thank you guys so much for participating today. It's been a pleasure. Amazing. Any other last minuters that will want to squeak in and try and get their cards pulled, let us know. And again, we've got some really big things coming up here for the rest of the day. If you want to have the chance to win a VIP experience here for our draw, our birthday giveaway, that is something we're going to have happen tonight. There is a post that you can win. And just share what it is that you really believe in, that you deserve to come to the Rise Retreat as our giveaway for our birthday celebrations. That's our little loot bag for today. And again, anybody who tags, shares, mentions why this is important for them to attend the retreat, that's all really important for you to have that ability to win the chance, because you have to do all the steps in order for you to receive the option of the gift. Okay. Any last minuters gonna squeak on in? So again, we will re-collaborate. I'm going to take a little break here for today at our lunch here, and we will be sharp on the nose at 2 p.m. Mountain Standard Time to give yourselves time to really just witness my why then and now, and helping people more understand what we're doing here at the Niche Nation. So give us big shout outs, likes, and follows right now, just knowing that you are still with us and excited to see what we're going to be doing here at 2 p.m. And then after that, we've got a back-to-back kind of experience to trusting what we are doing here in the next little while. So don't miss out. There's so much information and things to partake and enjoy. If this is something that you think everybody is really wanting to learn or understand, please know, like, tag some of your friends, tag them in these videos, tag them that they want to be a part of this experience, that, you know, this is all stuff that has been happening over 10 years in the making here from Shanice's Niches to the Niche Nation, that these are things of asking yourself, where were you 10 years ago? What were you doing? Love to hear back from all of you and understand that this is something that is things that you want to share and showcase. So, and thank you again for all the blessings and celebrations and the excitements. It's been really exciting. So we will take another little break and we will see you on the next hour. So at 2 p.m., we will see you at 2 p.m. Mountain Standard Time sharp. And remember, we're going to leave some little clips and our commercials happening. So don't miss out on what we have moving in our next decade. Thanks. What if you could hit reset? A place that actually feels like home. Because here you can finally breathe. At Rock Lake Earth Lodge, we let nature do the work. No distractions. Just space to process, to heal, to find your way back to you. Because life doesn't come with a manual. And healing doesn't have to be complicated. When you are ready to reset, we'll be here. What if you could hit reset? A place that actually feels like home. Because here you can finally breathe. At Rock Lake Earth Lodge, we let nature do the work. No pressure, no distractions, just space to process, to heal, to find your way back to you. Because life doesn't come with a manual. And healing doesn't have to be complicated. When you are ready to reset, we'll be here. I ain't everybody's cup of tea, and here's why. I have spent the past decades traveling, digging, and delivering the truth. What is that, you ask? Here at the Niche Nation, it's a 360-degree, no BS, self-discovery destiny. It's real, it's raw, and it's uncut. We deal with pain, struggle. We deal with the rock bottoms like no other. No age, no gender, no journey too deep for us to hold space. We are here as life tour guides to lead you to the calling. Grab a cup, take a sip, and enjoy the once-in-a-lifetime journey here at the Niche Nation. What if you could hit reset? A place that actually feels like home. Because here you can finally breathe. At Rock Lake Earth Lodge, we let nature do the work. No pressure, no distractions, just space to process, to heal, to find your way back to you. Because life doesn't come with a manual. And healing doesn't have to be complicated. When you are ready to reset, we'll be here. Yeah, I want all of them. Hello and welcome back, everybody. It is 2:00 and we are going to be going through our birthday celebration schedule here with you all on this lucky St. Patrick's Day. Now, again, if you're new or just coming into this awareness of what is today all about, we are celebrating a whole decade of being a part of this journey here at the Shanice's Niches and into the Niche Nation. So excited to have you all here, a part of this journey, and really, truthfully, diving into our understanding in this next segment of it all is to just really understand why. How did this all truly transpire from the world that you heard earlier in today's chat? If you are here freshly and have not seen anything else since this morning, we'll kind of bring you up to a little bit of speed, but definitely go check out the rest of the live on replay. So why? The big old WHY question we get ourselves kind of not necessarily spun into, but just sometimes we don't know the true root. And that is why I really believe moving forward in anybody's journeys, if you're here witnessing and experiencing, to really understand that it's so important for you to really sit and reflect with this question of why. Now, we sometimes dive into this chapter thinking that it's going to be just lickety split, easy to, sit down, put a pen to paper, and really discover what we're here to do. But really, I would love for anybody that is just knowing that there's a massive transition in their world at this time to really know that these things are going to be a big push and development in this next year, especially for 2025 and on. We have a lot of big things that are going to be shaking. So really important for us to understand that as everything is transpiring and rocking out in this snake energy, there's a lot of shedding and a lot of no longer useful, sometimes tools, I'd like to say, opportunities for us to get caught up in. We're really doing a lot of weeding in our gardens and knowing that there's so much time to just expand and dive into way deeper purposes than just maybe sometimes getting caught in the reeds and the weeds of everything. So as we are diving into this topic of why then to why now, I'd like you all just to kind of ask yourselves that deeper question. Why? What's really happening in your world and why is it showing up the way that it did? Now, when I first started this journey of being what I first called myself as an energy practitioner, I knew that I wasn't just here doing card readings. I wasn't just here doing sessions. I wasn't here just to be a punching bag. But all of these different things I was learning and exploring in, it was giving me deeper reasonings to my why today versus what it was 10 years ago. And this why didn't just start 10 years ago. This why actually started in my purpose, my destiny, my soul chart, my meaning of life, what I was truly coming down into this planet to witness and experience. But when we are struggling with our amnesia from knowing what is that connection to our mission or our higher self, it was really hard to filtrate out what was perceptions, what was now habitual habits and patterns, what was now just a part of who I am in my walk and my talk and my world and the way that I dress, because that's what everybody else kind of curated and formed me into. So I wanted to really understand, why did our family struggle with the hurt and the pain and the chaos of life? Because it's not like we were an extraordinary family. We were in a farming community, small community, had variety of family, of ages, of stories, of journeys. So it was pretty cliche to what everything else kind of looked like in our community. But why was our family just so different, or struggling so hard, or beaten down by the world, so to speak? And so I understood that by asking questions, I was starting to discover and dig a bit deeper to what's really the purpose, um, of why did my parents choose to live where they lived? Why did they get married? Why did they um, want to have 3 kids? Why did they choose to do the work and the life that they chose? And all these discoveries of asking the why question, like we know how little kids really love asking 2100,000 questions of why and who and where and what. Why really stuck out to me to really dive into other people's why. And when I started Shanice's Niches, I didn't have, honestly, full transparency, a very strong why yet. In the beginning, it was just because it seemed like it was gonna do okay. It was providing financial aid to my shit shows that I was constantly feeling like I was struggling to be in. Um, and then I knew it was for helping others, but why it would help others, I didn't really understand it until I saw more and more and more people that it worked and helped in this world with, that my why started to become so much more potent ingrained and at this point now devoted. And a lot of people are like, oh, you could just like quit your job. You don't have to keep doing this anymore. Like, it was good. It got you through the thick of your life and the problems. But truly, it's really important for you just to kind of discover more about what's next. And I felt like, if those of you kind of connected with the story earlier, that I knew that I was kind of still struggling on committing fully to Shanice's niches and this way of life. That it was until I had some pretty profound ahas and readings that shifted so many people's lives so quickly and said, if you didn't exist or do the work that you do today, I wouldn't be where I am today. Now, that was a pretty big chunk to kind of digest. And I was worried. I was struggling with this power tone that people are like, oh, well, you're just manipulating people, or oh, this is just like a scam or a coax or a I don't know what other words, cop out for people not to, maybe deal with their parents or their purpose, or, just dust it off, get over it, and we'll move on. And our why sometimes is just very suffocated by everybody else's bullshit and everybody else's attitude towards their life, that it just kind of sometimes rubs off on us. So it was really important for me to know that if I'm choosing to continue this journey, I need to know who, what, where, and when, and why I'm going to be doing this for the rest of my life. I'm like, how do I then look back at my life and have to tell my kids, oh, this is what mommy used to do? And this is what made mummy be this person. Or if I thought of it like when I die as a eulogy, what are we going to write about? Shanice, the wicked witch of the West, as I've been called in my life, or the black magic voodoo lady. Like, I was struggling on like understanding, is this going to be the rest of my life? Like, is this going to be all that this is cracked up to be? Me just rumbling around a few rocks and flipping some magic cards and healing people left, right, and center. It just, like, so many people struggled with that snake oil energy of like, oh, is it just too good to be true? Or is this the placebo effect of what we do? And why I think we as a society are so scared of the truth or the challenge or fact or the authenticity or the culture of life is because I think a lot of people get so caught up in knowing what's going to be a big repercussion in world. And I think a lot of people just kind of get scared, because that's where I learned that we're sometimes always here as our soldiers. And that was a conference, a healing symposium that a very dear soul, Mama Bear Kathy, that we decided last minute, because I didn't obviously, again, have all the money I thought I needed. And it was 12 hours to get there and all this stuff. And I just said, no, I don't think it's really something I can do at this time. And I had just this knowing to just trust that I should go. And it was interesting. I was doing a fast at that time. And I remember laying on my bed in my double wide trailer in the old Claremont, Alberta area. And that was the first place I felt like I had a home again. And when I sat there and the sun beamed on my face and I was fasting, I realized that I just had this vision, and And it was this connection of just ancestors or loved ones just saying, you've made it. You truly broke through the test of time and truly made it at this point. And when I felt that confirmation in my soul, it just hit such a different space in my world. And I just really, truly believe that I was being tested, challenged, the little Olympian who has to go through all these hurdles in this earthbound experience and believe that there's going to be a prize at the end of this mouse rat race lab test. So when I started to witness and see that this was truly going to be a bigger ask and calling, they said, now you have to trust the path that's going to be laid out in front of you. So I called up Kathy and I said, Kate, we're going to this thing. And we got down there and it was a beautiful, beautiful drive. And I'm ripping down there like a little NASCAR vehicle because we were very not prepared for all of this to come into fruition at that time. And if any of you know me, that's why I'm always on divine time. I'm not ever, sometimes I feel on time because it's just when it's meant to happen. So, anyways, we get there and Shanice wants to do a shortcut. And if any of you who know where this is all at, down south, we had to go all the way down and then around back up into the Kootenays to the ashram. And there was a beautiful town that was before it, but there's a big mountain that's in between both of these places. Now, I didn't really know the landscape fully of it. I just saw on Google Maps there's a short trail that we can cut in and it cuts off all this time. So I said, booyah, we're going to go the shortcut. I have a 4x4 truck. I know how to drive mountain roads, whatever, not a problem. Well, we get on one hell of an adventure. And so we're starting to go, and I have never had my vehicle or a vehicle ever smoke brakes the way that it did on this descent and this road. Now, it looked really good in the beginning, but we cut it so close to the time that even if I decided to turn back and go the other way, I was not going to be on time. And I think it was also that I didn't have enough fuel to get through the other loop around if I was going to do it that way. So we were in it, we were dedicated. And that area was also full of snow and we almost got stuck. And it was such a holy shit moment that I'm going to make this other person late just because of my inconvenience and overconfident self. And we do end up, like, there was a bridge that could have been washed out. Years later, it was washed out after. It was just like such a story and a journey. So as much as we don't sometimes have cultural traditions or rites of passages sometimes in the way that we hear it from ancestors or medicine elders to teach us about these things, this was a vision quest on its own. And so we still have it in our everyday life to witness that, yeah, you're going to be tested on knowing what are you truly going to be there for. So we roll up to the ashram, and I didn't fully understand the whole concept of it, that, you know, this is a healing symposium, you know, some really good speakers, supposedly, all this stuff. And we get there and we're at this yoga and Zen location. And I remember being like, okay, I got a big dirty jet, like 4x4 truck jacked up, like these layers and stuff. And I'm just like, I know that this is the journey I have to go on. Creator, Lord, God, Ooga Booga, I don't know. I just know that this is a state in my life that I need to trust that whatever I'm getting shown, we're just gonna have at her. So we walk in, we get registered, and it's the first speaker is a psychologist that is an Indigenous veteran that comes from New York. And he was Dr. And he was a doctor that really brought forward such a medicine that was not traditional to the institution. He talked about the journey of Black Elk, Chief Black Elk. And when he spoke what this journey was of him going to battle in Vietnam and living in today's society, he talked about the difference between the soldier and the warrior. And that speech started to resonate with a why for myself. And when he talked about the difference between the soldier and the warrior, I started to realize that I had so many flags for all these other thoughts and all these other patterns and all these other programs that I knew I was not stepping up for what was really the belief of what we need to be here for. And I knew that there was a deeper calling and an ask because of what my childhood and what my adult life has been showing me. I was just kind of gearing up to this state. So we have that session. There was a lady who did qigong. There was another person who talked about tooting forks, and then we broke for lunch. And I remember that we walked into this ashram cafeteria, and we're just gibitzing and talking and just like literally, just reminiscing about what was going on. And everybody was like really quiet. And I was like, I don't know what's going on. And so we were just in our own world, and we're talking and we're giggling and we're laughing and we're starting to get a bit quieter because, like, seriously, now nobody's talking. And we start to just like look around, and we're just like, okay, well, we'll just shut up now because obviously, like, we're very awkward people in this situation. And we finish up. We're like, thank you to the cooks and everything. It was so great. And seriously, some of the best food I've ever eaten in my entire life, because it's all grown right at the ashram with prayer and intention and love, and they do everything right on site. And so we get out and we are told that it's a silent lunch experience. So we're just busting a gut, knowing that this is something that we absolutely missed the boat on and felt so embarrassed because we're just this kind of layer of like these 2D people just ramming into something just so gentle and sacred and meaningful. And we walked up to this other lady, and she just bowed her head, and I said, "Oh, it's so nice to meet you," and stuff. And she just bowed her head again, and I was like, "Okay, sounds good." Like, I bowed my head, and then later on, somebody else saw what was happening, and they said they took a vow of silence. And I was like, "Holy cow!" Okay, like, there's just so much stuff that I am just not fully understanding, that there's so many different tools, practices, and experiences that really can show people why they talk, why we eat, why we do these things. So that was just within by noon. So we went on a quest, almost got stuck, almost did all these random things. We're mind blown about knowing what's a soldier to a warrior stance of living life and your purpose. We go through these different other options to know how to activate your body and your mind and your soul. We have this lunch that is just so fulfilling and amazing, but yet we were not doing our due diligence and talking through it. And then having that, awareness. And then we got hit with the practice with a very beautiful couple that showed us the journey of working on your family constellation. Now, witnessing this practice shifted everything in my world. And I was just an observer. And so I remember witnessing that at that healing symposium. And it was something that started to show me that we literally sometimes don't know nothing. Because we're so programmed in our small towns and our communities, and the naysaying and the fear mongering and all of these blinding, limiting aspects in our world shuts down, it's really hard for the world to understand how expansive we truly are. Now, the reality check with this of witnessing the family constellation work and now actually being certified um, to take on this energy of power, right? Where I was fearing that this is like so much knowledge and truth and wisdom and experience and strength and all these things that just are so powerful in our healing world and our journey, that the family constellation work really does a huge success in such a short amount of time. I took that time from witnessing it at the healing symposium to doing the training and the facilitating throughout the years, to fully embarking and establishing my why this year, was because I wanted to understand all perceptions, all narratives, all expansions before I understood that this is what I was bringing back to the table. Now, being a student of life, it's really fascinating how much pressure we put on ourselves thinking we should have known it, done it, been it, and have it, when just now we're mature and knowing how to confront those negative aspects of life, that you can truly deal with what's at hand and what's being asked of you at this stake. So it was really eye-opening that it took me this long to trust the why. And that's why when we talk about, Shanice's niches into the niche nation, why this change had to happen was because I knew that there was a bigger purpose and a why. This was bigger than all of us, and I just needed to trust that I can't do all of this by myself. And so it was important that from that point on, and there were so many other great presentations. There was a herbologist there that had some really big science and revelations about why herbs embody. And again, remember, a lot of my life I was shown aspects or given root teachings of this, but truly never fully implemented all of this at once. So after leaving that healing symposium, I just knew that this was going to be the way life was going to be. And I struggled really hard with identity. And why I struggled with identity was because I didn't know what I truly am now. So if you heard of me in the past, I was Shanice Biddlelook. I was the oldest daughter of 3. I was a elk rancher, farmer. Grandparents had a cattle ranch. We did grain, hay, and had horses. You would know that I loved camo. I loved hunting, sledding, fishing, quadding, trapping, and more. Uh, had to learn how to cook, didn't fully love learning how to cook, loved nostalgia. Movies and music was really important to me. Sewing was a part of my journey because it was a way for me not to go um, out and play recess. It was a way for me to actually make money and do things and kind of gain validation, because a good job by making these different projects or hemming or doing zippers or different things was just a way of getting love when I didn't have love sometimes in places I needed it. We were grade A plus honor students, smart, polite, good kids, grew up in a struggling household, sucked at English, excelled in bio, loved math to a point, loved social studies, loved proving I was right, and on and on. So I had my why really set in stone for who I was at that damaged and hurt stage. So now to understand my why and who I am at that time, um, I just felt like I was a failing consultant. I was the black sheep of the family. I was this burden because now I had all this truth and these experiences and I didn't know where to put them. Out of an abusive relationship that wasn't healthy. Um, Still was this quote unquote big girl. Um, wasn't married, had some money, but then lost it all. And it was just like this constant layer. I was sexually assaulted in camp. So it was just like all these other like narratives that I just didn't understand what my why was. Like, I thought I was going to be doing something a hell of a lot better, a hell of a lot smarter, and a hell of a lot deeper meaning than what I thought I was doing at that point. So it was hard for me to understand my why was way deeper and meaningful because I just didn't have any meaning within self until it was starting to put a bit of these puzzle pieces together. So I started to do more research behind what is family constellation work, what is traditional cultures and medicines. I then was connected with a group to starting to learn more about your dreams, your awareness, your intuition of your journeys, starting to work with the understanding of rites of passage. And at all this time, I've always had a family member that was the weird crystal guy who would hang a crystal around your tummy or your head and just do his uh, little sounds and say that you're going to be all better and rub a lot of different young living oils on. And he has been a part of our world since the day I was born. And he was a farming PhD background philosopher in his own programs, and he had kind of the same story as me of just knowing that there was something more to this, and it just kind of created a rabbit hole. But he started in the earlier days compared to what I said that was still shut down. That was also way earlier in the times that really was like two worlds. It was almost like we know that there was that feeling of like Woodstock and love and peace was a big thing. And then there was just very structured, programmed, manufactured life. So it's just interesting how every generation and next purpose of this generation's why really started to kind of intermesh throughout these times. And I started to really ask the bigger, deeper questions of like, so what is culture, what is purpose, what is these rites of passages, and starting to connect. Then also I was asked to start doing a lot of work with different reserves or bands or different schools or systems, communities, working also with different um, people with trauma that was very either heavy or deep or rooted. And I started to realize there was a bit of a niche starting to happen. And so I started to really know that I want to work with people who have experienced one hell of a life so far, not knowing what their purpose is, not knowing what happens at this point, but giving them that support, that learning to trust the process again and re-identifying their version of life. And so I started to learn more about like what is your verbiage? What do you say in your life? What are your words actually mean? Starting to dive into what are family dynamics, taking different psychology, grief, and different programs. But I'd never wanted to be a quote unquote therapist. I wanted to be somebody who stuck away from traditions and societal programs to being something that is a little bit more land based, culture based, but then also still dealing with the just sometimes the harassment of just being like, oh, you're not this person, you can't do that, you're not of this, you're not of that. And it was just like, these were things that I just really were struggling with. Well, then why am I here? Why was I gifted this? Why did an elder bless me with this medicine bundle or this teaching or this tool? And I just struggled. And this was of all different cultures. This wasn't just of one specific theme or tone. And so I just realized that one of the elders that I started to connect with, they said, we are all of one and all of nothing. And I was like, great, thanks for the philosophical chum in the water, just to bait me into thinking that I know something and then have nothing to stand on. And he said, if we took away skin and we just understood that we were all here in the same blood, in the same bones, in the same existence, it's hard for us to believe that we can all be truthful when all of our masks start to come off. And that really resonated with me, because then I started to understand, so then why are we so protective over these identities and these thoughts? And it started to make sense when I understood what the brain does and why it's so much of a protective measure, because it's because we've been ripped apart from so many different trauma experiences, family episodes, societal programs, that our soul just wants something to cling on, so we have something to stand with. So why really became a big discovery in this decade, to really understand that once you help people see they're either kind of mishmashed or disassociated why doesn't really work for them anymore, then a lot of people struggled with, then who the hell am I? And that's where I knew that retreats, workshops, these next kind of layers that you saw within the years of the niche, Shanice's niches and the niche nation growing, that we started to like really intensify these next layers. Now, when we hosted different retreats or events or workshops, it wasn't just either for just everyday folk to just test us out and see, oh, this is just another women's retreat or things like that. We had people struggle with, well, this wasn't really a retreat. This was intense. This is whatever. And I said, we planned it to be very retreat like, but what you guys kept bringing to the table was pretty deep and heavy stuff that we had to hold space and know what we were going to do with it. And that was amplified in all levels. So knowing how to space hold for retreats and workshops and events, there was a place that people started to realize, like, holy shit, this is where I can actually deal with some pretty intense things. So we struggled with like, well, why do we call things a certain way? People were like, okay, well, this was good, but now I want to continue, but I don't know if I'm going to have money for it. And so we just always struggled, like, what should cost be? What should things do? And it was because we just wanted everybody to have the ability to finally get to these roots in these programs. And what I started to realize was that people needed to understand their why before you understood it, because what happens is then they just were scared that this is so much power that they have with their life, and they realize that they gave so much of it away to a parent wound, an abuser, a school, a workplace, a friend, whatever the case has been, and they really didn't know what to do with that moving forward. So it scared a lot of people, knowing that it can be this simple, it can be this effective, and it can be so much more. It's just if you're going to choose why. And a lot of people just didn't really know that this was going to be something that they can live with for the rest of their life. Now, there's a lot of people who did know, who believe so. And that is what has kept growing the why for so much of the work that it did. Now, I grew up writing in a silver sparkled journal. Now, I was shitty at English and writing and spelling. So, as many of you have witnessed that, um, that I remember writing in my diary, and that was the first time truly was honest and open to sharing that with people, or past my brain cells, being out in the public. But I was scared people were ever going to know that, and that has been those experiences where that has been stuff through our own childhoods, that we were programmed that we have to snitch on each other and not be supportive and just be there for everybody else's cause and don't ask questions. And so I just got really scared on sharing and talking about things, because then when we were taken away by child social services and then thrown right back into the same shit shows, but now with ammo, I just didn't understand then why did we have to go through this. So when I started sharing more publicly why things felt away, or what I feel, or what experiences has happened, I started seeing more people not hate mail me, started to say thank you, and starting to share their stories more honestly and openly. And this scared me because it was something that I haven't always been able to say the full truth. I haven't been able to tell people why this was the way that I acted, or why I am the size that I am, or the way that I acted out at that point, or why my grades were the way they were, because there was just so much stuff that was just hidden, and I didn't understand why sharing that was going to be so impactful into the world. So when I started witnessing that throughout the decade, I started to realize, why not? Why not just tell it as it is? Why not just express that I'm an asshole too? Why not express that these are things that I learned and this is what I had to experience and what tools worked for me, but they might not work for you. But just why not give it a whirl in a way that you can trust what you're feeling, and show people different things and have that opportunity? And why not? Why not was starting to create a real ripple in my world, until there was family that started to really understand that I wasn't stopping to speak the truth. And that will be on the segment later on in the book, but this is where I started to realize there is a way bigger why, to help people understand that there were other people struggling with the same things and they were silent for so long. So knowing throughout this process, this is why it was coming into, okay, I'm not here to manipulate your political views, your life views, your health views, your religion views, whatever the case may be. But it's just information. If you would like to dive in deeper with it, love to share more, but allowing you to have autonomy again of what your why is. And because a lot of us didn't have a proper, healthy, strong foundational why. So again, this year, with it being so miraculously a decade later, when I first started, to where we are today, to be the year of the home, to be the year of the snake, to really amplify what 25 and this numerology of 9 is of this year, it's just so profound to know why that needed to happen then, to be ready for today. And so that's where I hope a lot of you just take that message and really just like respect and journey through that choice of knowing that this is why it's important to just truly respect that everything does happen for a reason. Why? Well, it's up to you to just really discover that deeper meaning and understanding. So hopefully that kind of gave you all some just so much more just belief and choice and expression, um and just giving you all so much more of this like kind of bigger discovery of maybe reflecting back onto your own why. So we're going to open it up to the floor. I'll kind of tail in a little bit more of some topics, but then yeah, after that would love to just hear more of your purpose of why and what's been kind of maybe suffocating or stagnating your journey and just giving you a bigger purpose to your why. And again, thank you so much for all these like comments and questions, and a lot of people just saying like, holy cow, this is crazy. I didn't understand that this is what today was going to be all about. So I'm just really excited that all of you that have been tuning in and out of today's segment all day long, that you're just really seeing what is that opportunity. So just very excited to dive into that for sure. I'm just catching up on a couple of people's comments here. Yeah, I just have this other one said like, I'm just scared that if I share my reason why, it's just going to change everything in our family dynamics. I sometimes am scared that everything that we have been told is a lie. And now not knowing what to do with this, I just put my head in the sand, like you say, and just don't know where to go from this. It's not that I'm asking that we are just these tornadoes and ripping apart families and these structures this way. I had one husband, he said, "You're not doing a reading for my wife." And I said, "Okay, what is your fear?" And he's like, "Well, you told somebody else that they had to leave their husband, and I don't want you telling my wife." And I said, "Whoa, whoa, 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 whoa. What I will tell people is that this might not be in their highest good, but these are tools and aspects to work on before that has to happen, unless you are being a real abusive or like detriment to this person's life. So calm down. Everybody just picks what they like to hear instead of what their actually reasoning is to do the work with." So that was interesting, and by the end of it, he had a reading, she had a reading, they all kumbaya'd and saved the whales and said, "Wow, I didn't think that this is what this would have been for." And I said, "Exactly. So why not trust that there's something deeper and better out there in this world than just thinking everything's just going to cause you to fall apart?" Another part of it too is just asking for people's just honesty. Do you feel at this point you're honest and ready to talk about why this hurt me, why this affected our relationship, why this didn't make me feel safe, why this didn't have, the meaning behind what you thought you wanted to share didn't show up the way that this did. And so I had to have those conversations with family a couple of times throughout the world, and in recent times too, because again, it's as these evolutions and these changes and these shiftings happen, it's hard for people to see that whatever is going to be on this next side really is sometimes the biggest blessing or the biggest aha that then has to deal with the discovery of the end of a situation. But it doesn't just automatically start to become a solution if we're not willing to do the work with it. Okay, we had another one comment on here. Yeah, and that's a beautiful awareness, is just like some people were like, well, why do we even have judgment? Why do we even have ego? Why do we even have fear or anger if it's such a detriment to our world? And I think a lot of people, we just think it's a crescent wrench that we're going to just heal and become all holier than, and not have to struggle any point of that time ever again. Amen. But that's not truthfully what the reason behind life is. And we are meant to, like you said, be coexisting with these different pains or fears or existences, just because it gives us the character and the ability and the strength and the wisdom to really respect that this is truly something that we understand can be a part of the world because they also help. So it's just like if any of you have watched Inside Out or Inside Out 2, anxiety is a part of this journey. Anger was a part of the journey, right? There's things that have to be a part of it in order for this to be a tangible real life experience. Now, a lot of people are like, whoever signed me up for this fucking joke is just a jokester on themselves, blah, blah, blah. Well, at the end of the day, yes, that was you co creating this existence. But understanding that, like you said, is we're not here to hate on other emotions or experiences. It is to then realize, to resonate, to forgive, to release, to whatever the code, choice, or existence might be, or hold on to it to the rest of your life until it's at your deathbed and take it with you into the next one, or keep it till then and then say, hallelujah, I get the point of it. You don't get to be the conductor to everybody else's aha moments. That's up to that person's soul and the other belief system you have above, and have at her. We're not here to, change or fixate a different outcome for everybody. We want to have the best of the world, but it's just truly trusting. There is only so much you can do at a point where people need to discover their own why. And space, give things space. And that is the hardest thing as people pleasers or clingy koalas that we start to become, because we don't want anything bad to happen. But sometimes the bad happens because we're not letting go of what needed to happen. So it's just like, if any of you have taken lifeguarding, I use this experience and example 24/7. You don't go and throw your body out there as the buoy. You give them a tool, a item for them to do the work in order for them to save themselves. And a lot of people struggle with that credibility part of it. Well, I showed them how to meditate, and now they're running some yoga meditation retreat and da da da. They don't even know that from the hole in the ground, right? I've heard those kinds of stories so many times in my years. And why? Well, it's because you actually activated something that they might be a part of. But the biggest thing is that if you taught them half-assedly, then that's why you might be a little bit triggered, because maybe you didn't show them all of the abilities and didn't think they would catch fire to this. And now you're having to deal with, well, you were the one that showed me, so why didn't you tell me it properly? Is a big comment that does happen sometimes in the industry. Now, it's interesting that sometimes we now call it the industry, the health and wellness, the healing industry, the ooga booga section of life. And people ask me, well, why do you call it an industry? And I said, well, because now it is a point in our world that there is all the good, the bad, and the ugly mixed into it now. There is not just a divine one way to work through somebody's experience. So it's now created its own kind of environment to live in this holistic wellness and health journey. So that's why I think it's important now, really understanding how much this depth of our voice of healing really is a part of a lot of people's perceptions, but also trusting what do you need and why you need it before you start going into it. And I get this a lot in plant medicine communities or retreats or different practices that are doing a lot of training and telling you that you need this in order to be some sort of called guru and master and next leveled and whatever. The teachings and the calibrations I have seen throughout the years, that's why you'll never see that you're a certified card reader or life coach or anything here at the Niche Nation is because I really do believe you have something that is very specific to your mission and your purpose and why. All I would love to do is hold space, give you the tools and the guidance and the things that I've used throughout my journey. If they resonate or they work or they really collaborate with you, great. And the things that don't, then just leave them at the door. But the biggest reality is that moving forward, it's so crucial that I don't take this ownership that if you've got it or you didn't. And I think a lot of people just get so sucked into this program or the following or the culting of what one way does better than the other. Sometimes the shittiest outcome and the shittiest person attitude towards something really does make a huge transition and a change in it because it does dig up more. And that's where, like I say, until it's discovering and rooting fully into its deepest extent, it's really hard for the world to, I think, sometimes navigate if it's truly meaningful or purposeful in it. So hopefully that long-winded why has brought you to a bit more of a just a wholeness of that word, and just hopefully that inspires you to just maybe navigate and just help you kind of transcend a bit of a different perspective on your whys, and maybe recalibrate. Maybe you haven't checked it out in a while. A lot of us get so used to knowing what the form sounds like and we just keep signing it at the bottom, but maybe give it a glance over lately and see what's really shaking out in the descriptions and what's written. You might be a little shocked why things might not be happening the way you want it to. With that, our current huge why is that with the Niche Nation, why we believe that it's not just me that's going to be here. We have so many beautiful souls that have been really advocating and doing the work, and now we're all not humming and howling like lone wolves anymore, that we're really looking at creating that nation, that tribe, that community. So we have some pretty big things that we have collaborated with, and that is where we are now going to be diving into some really deeper practices and processing for people that you can do your options of really navigating this chapter on just a deeper, I think, meaning and purpose. And I'm really feeling like it's important that we help each other grow and be the best that we can moving forward, because what doesn't help in building a community and an outcome is support. So we have a lot of different people that are bringing forward some really special practices, that are health coaches, people that are working in specific addictions and mental health practices and therapy. We are working on the Niche Nation creation, where we are going to help you get your stories, your songs, your contributions out to the world, videos, maybe short films, your documentary, your podcasts out. We have the podcasts now with the Niche Nation. We have the memberships. We have the retreats or the intensives. We have always been growing and learning and taking more courses and achieving what could be the next kind of big ahas and the whys. Going through vision quests, that we're calling them the journey of the resets. We have people that are international, so those are things that are healing vacations now that we're working with. So there's just so much that we have now expanded in the why, and I'm very thankful for the holy shit moments that made us really dive into our purpose and our experiences of why. So if anybody else has anything about this topic, definitely throw it into these comments. Would love to read and hear your stories and your outputs about what this why has looked like for you as well. Now, another big thing that we'd love to share is that all these different videos and these experiences you're seeing, this is all because of my most amazing husband, Brody Bestluck, that he has truly given us such a advantage point to show you so many cool things. So in these next few minutes here in the break, these are affirmation videos that he has created, and all of the commercials, all of these different segments that you've been seeing, he has created all of this with his master talents. So very thankful that I didn't just marry him for his looks, that it was a mutual talent, that we both left our environmental backgrounds. And I guess I can throw a little bit of nostalgia back at everybody. He's looking at me right now, being like, "Oh my god," that we that we went to college together, and all right, here we go. And I apologize for the rest of our ECR crew, but we have there's me, and then there's Brody. So yeah, a little bit of history that we no longer use this fancy diploma and program all in the ways that our teachers said that it would work, but it definitely was a journey and wouldn't change it for the world. But we are excited to show you some of these affirmations, and definitely to go check out his YouTube, his channel, and to just give you kind of sometimes those tones, those pick me ups. That's all the work that he does. And if you have anything that you want to co create with, he is always open to helping that grow. So here's our why, and we will connect back with you in this short little break.
Hello, everybody. This is a different face popping up on your screen. It is I, Brody. Thank you, everyone, for enjoying the videos and sticking around for this very special birthday celebration. What I wanted to do next for this next segment is show you all the website we've been working on behind the scenes and give you guys a little bit of a tour of everything and show you what all that Niche Nation has to offer. So I'm going to share my screen here. Oh, I'm not going to share my screen because it's not working right now. You know what? I'm going to hop on the other screen here. Just give me 2 seconds and I'll be in here to show you guys everything all about Niche Nation. Give us 1 second. Thank you very much. Alrighty, everyone. Thank you for your patience and working with me here. So we have here the Niche Nation website. And if you haven't got a chance to go and check out the website, or if you haven't visited it in some time, then here's a little update on everything that we've added so far. So the address here is www.thenicenation.com, and you can find that in lots of different places on the Niche Nation page and throughout the different posts that way. And if you're having trouble accessing it, then always just send us a message and we'll give you a direct link over to that. So the Niche Nation Claiming Destiny. First and foremost, we've got a menu section up here where at any time, if you're looking for any specific offering or events or the podcast, always know that there's a menu up here for you to be able to access those at a glance. So moving through the website here, feel free to read in and into the more information that we have on the website. I'm just going to go through on a quick little brief overview of everything in here, but Shanice has added a lot of good tidbits to go along with your journey throughout that. So as you scroll through the website, it brings you to your first section here, where you get to journey and travel down the path of what might be calling to you next. So these are our services, or what we like to call our offerings that we have, our main offerings that we have at the Niche Nation. Our first offering is the Compass Call. And I'm not going to go and dive into too much of the depth of the description of it. The website does a really good job. I'm going to show you other methods and ways that you can connect as well too, to discover what truly is the best path for you. But I just wanted to let you guys know and show you how to access these different services here. So the first one that we have is the Compass Call. And if you've ever experienced one of Shanice's readings or sat down and just needed someone to talk to and ask questions, the Compass Call has been that legacy offering that Shanice has offered since the beginning of Shanice's Niches. It is now called the Compass Call. And if you want to dive deeper into that, you just click Book Now, which loads the Compass Call page. And she's got a great video here that you can watch that dives into more what the Compass Call is all about, gives you some instructions on how to prepare as well. There's opportunities for these sessions to also be in person, but I'll get into that a little bit more as well too. And down at the bottom, you have your ability to pick your date, and the most popular version of having the Compass Call is online via video or phone. So you select the date, you select the time. We've got a varying amount of times, whether it be during the day or after hours, and choose your time slot, select continue, and choose your fill in your information and select your payment method. You can either pay on site via e-transfer or through the Stripe, which is just paying by credit card or debit card. So, and then you click confirm, and you're ready to go. You booked your Compass Call. So you have also the ability to add it to your calendar so you can stay up to date and reminded, but it's good to just make a note of your time, and at that time in the instructions as well, Shanice, if you've been to a reading with Shanice, is you phone her at that time, and that's when the reading will start. So that's the one interesting caveat. You will have to phone Shanice at that time to her number, which is all communicated here in the communication channels and instructions there. So that's one thing there. So that's the Compass Call. So moving on next, we have I'm going to jump over to this third offer here, the Heal and Stay. The Heal and Stay is for people that want to have that guidance and have that process of sitting with Shanice, but do it in a more intimate setting where you get to come out to our lodge and you get to stay over for a night or multiple nights that way. So if you come over to the Heal and Stay section, similar page, has the instructions, read through those carefully, and then book your date on when you would like to come out, and we will move the reservation along from there once you've sent in your request that way. So yeah, that's the Heal and Stay, and lots of exciting stuff to discover within that as well too. So moving on to our last main offer, or the third main offer, is Guidance Plus. So Guidance Plus was made out of a calling and a request by the community where, this is really tumultuous times that we've been going through. Not to bring too much of a limiting mindset or attitude into it, but, groceries have been at an all-time high. Everyone seems like there's more and more things that they can spend their money on than anyone can shake a stick at with Amazon and all these things. Really, all that leads to is less and less people have less resources that they can invest into investing back into themselves. So Guidance Plus is a solution to that, where it's similar to your Netflix and Disney Pluses and all these different entertainment sections that you get your entertainment from. But this is a similar membership where you not only can get your entertainment, but also you can get guidance, a community, and support with that. So it's like getting a reading every month, but in a group fashion, in a group model, and you can stay connected and ask questions. And it's just a really beautiful thing to be able to have that on-demand support. Like it says here, guidance on demand. And again, we have a video here and lots of other information to go along with understanding more about what Guidance Plus offers and what's included. So definitely discover and reach into that. And I am always Shanice's biggest proponent of being like, make sure you share Guidance Plus, because I honestly think it's the best bang for your buck for people to come through and stay connected with this guidance. We are constantly opening up the memberships, but these membership pricings will not last forever at these price points because there's more and more value added in. The good thing is if you get in at the current rate, wherever it might be when you see this video, you're going to get that at a lifetime price. So it's never going to change for you if you come in at that price. So there's definitely some call to action there for people to come through and get in on that earlier price. It just means more value for you down the road. All right, so coming in with a new offering, this is hot off the press here, is the Compassion Call. So again, this is from a request of the community and the collective as a whole. The Compassion Call is for anyone that just, maybe they don't have those resources right away allocated to invest in themselves right at that moment. The Compassion Call is there for anyone that just needs that time to get that guidance and to share with a 30-minute call of undivided attention with Shanice. Or maybe you're just not sure where to navigate and where to go in the system. You feel this calling, you feel this bigger purpose coming up, and you want to be a part of that in some way, and you want to expand that in some way, but you're not too sure what step to take. The Compassion Call is also for those individuals that need that time to just discuss with Shanice and the team to see where's the best use of my energy and my time going forward. So that's a new and exciting offer that we have here. So anyone that hasn't or is just early to Niche Nation or is not quite sure where the next step is to go next, the Compassion Call is where the new and exciting stuff is to come in next. So we have a small little just brief upcoming event section. This just highlights a few of the events and showcasing them. But to get an in-depth view, you can either click on the View All up here, which will take you to the upcoming events. It can also be accessed by clicking the Events section right up here. So the upcoming events, there's another short video that showcases and explains things a little bit more. But if there's any events going on the current month, you'll see them here. Let's just skip ahead to April. Oh, I see that the Blossom is in April, and it shows you the dates that that event is coming on. For a more top-down view of all the upcoming events, you just scroll down and it shows you via month all the exciting events that we have upcoming in this year. You also can take a look at some of the past events that we've had in the past. If you don't see a specific event, it might be that we just haven't released it that year, or if you want to request a certain event that you've seen that's happened in the past, just reach out to us, and there most likely is something in the works, or it's evolved into something even better. So that's the upcoming events section. So keep an eye on that and keep keep informed on all the stuff coming through there. Awesome. So some more information about the Rock Lake Earth Lodge and where we host a lot of these events at. And it's a beautiful space for people to come and reconnect with themselves and nature and have that true expansion out here. So, you know, a lot of really kind words that have been shared throughout the years about Shanice. This is just highlighting a few of them. If you go to her page, there's literally hundreds of reviews of people's experience and how it's impacted their lives. And I can't speak highly enough, and maybe I'll touch a little bit more on that by the end of this share here. We do have the pre-order available for the Rural Roots Healer book. So this is, again, an excellent opportunity for people to jump in early and get a lot of great VIP features that come along with that pre-order as well, too. So don't miss out on that. The Niche Nation podcast, a really exciting venture. Shanice put her heart and soul for an entire 2 months to really dive deep in and create something really special with the Niche Nation podcast. And we're really excited to launch the new episodes that will be coming out shortly after this broadcast here. So if you're watching the broadcast on a replay, definitely check back to this section, and a lot of these links will be hyperlinked to the podcast as they are released. So definitely check that out. And once you're watching the podcast on YouTube, definitely like, subscribe, and to keep connected if that's your sort of thing. If you're on YouTube, that definitely is going to help that journey expand and go more. And there's a link here to connect with the channel. If you want to just get ahead and subscribe to the channel now, that will also be greatly appreciated and keep you informed as the episodes come out. Please note that we are live also on YouTube. So YouTube's, a great platform as well to share this out. If you're more of a YouTube person and not so much Facebook, we do have these lives also broadcasted there as well. Alrighty, so the last and final section here as well is, at any time, if you have questions that you want to bring up, that you just want to highlight those types of conversations on the podcast, or maybe you want to be a guest on the podcast as well, fill out this form, and this is going to get sent to us, and we can continue the conversation and bring light to a topic that is near and dear to you that way. So yeah, that is the new website, the new and improved. So I hope you guys all really enjoyed that, and that brings a little bit more clarity to everything that the Niche Nation offers. So I wanted to spend a little bit of time with you all as well too, to bring my experience in my own way of I guess in light of the topic of the decade journey here of the Shanice's Niches. I'll give you a little bit of a perspective of where I was at before I met Shanice and her work, and where that's kind of taken me to now. So let's kind of spin the wheel back into time. The year is 2016. Brody's living at home, essentially still living out on the farm with my best roommate ever, my Uncle Ron. To this day is goes down in history as the best roommate. And life had led me down an interesting path to that point. Without going too far back, I lived a very fast lifestyle growing up. I was always wanted to be the center of attention, always wanting to be seen. I did that in different ways throughout my childhood, whether that be always looking to craft something, tear something apart, see how it looks, see how it works, and just like really curious and engaged with different activities. I really liked and enjoyed sharing jokes with my parents and their friends and stuff. And I had a little joke book, and there would always, when friends and family were over, I'd always have to stop everyone, and I'd have to share my latest update on my new blonde joke, or the 3 people walk into the bar joke. And probably for my age, a lot of them were definitely definitely a little bit inappropriate, but I used to get away with it if I could get a laugh out of everyone that way. So always this need to be seen. As I evolved and developed into the collective and grew up into my life, coming into high school, there was this big need to, for myself, to feel my self-worth was to be seen and to be heard within the group that way. And I think to some respect, being seen is something that all human beings need a certain aspect of that, or else their self-love and their self-worth starts to diminish. For me, what I chose, my way to be seen, was by having a lot of friends. And in my specific community, a big aspect of the quote unquote popular, or the friends group that I chose to be with, involved a lot of drugs and alcohol and partying. And being a part of that group involved also being a part of those activities. And I took a kin to being a part of a lot of those activities and enjoyed them for what they were worth at that time. And so, but it was also what I've realized later on in life was my, that was my way of getting into a group and being seen quickly without maybe investing into other certain qualities. Maybe it'd be like being more in my own personality, or learning more about others and asking more about them and what's interests in them, and being more interested in building those friendships that way. And maybe you guys have experienced this if you've gone down a path of I guess like what we would call addiction, or drugs and alcohol, and filling that void type of thing. If you've ever taken a break or went on an act of sobriety, or just decided, hey, you know what, these things aren't quite for me, you maybe notice that you don't really have that much in common with that circle or that group of friends once you take out the alcohol element, or the smoking weed element, or the partying element that way. And truly what I've discovered is because that was the element that you used to be seen or to be heard within that group. And not to say that you might not have other interesting elements or friendship elements with those people. It's just that you never dived, or you never considered those aspects with that person. So those are things that you might have to reinvite or reintroduce, or just dive deeper into, for you to understand whether that's actually really a friendship, or maybe that's just a drinking buddy type of experience that way. So I leaned on that a lot as I went through my young adolescence, through my teen years, and that carried on into, that became kind of like my secret tool or secret weapon that I would use to, introduce myself or get into different groups and different communities. So naturally, my addiction to drugs and alcohol just followed me throughout my 20s. Wherever I'd go, I would find that group that was interested or like to do those types of activities, and would very quickly find my into being a part of that group. So it was a very unhealthy way of being seen at that time, but it was also extremely effective. I met, a lot of people, good and bad and ugly type of thing. Some of them are still, a very few of them are still in my life now, just mainly because the activities or the the kinship that we had was so attached to that lifestyle. And once you take out that lifestyle, there wasn't really that much in common after that, unfortunately. But the ones where we did actually have a true friendship, we've stayed close and we've stayed together and we've bonded over different aspects of life. And that's been a really beautiful process. So, going back throughout those 20s, those are really tough times. I really pushed the limit, and addiction's a slippery slope. What sometimes just feels like a release or just something to just temporarily fill the void quickly becomes an addiction, whether it's prescription drugs, street drugs, alcohol, all this different stuff. It starts off fairly innocent, but then evolves into something that's like controlling almost every aspect of your life. And for me, it cost lives, it cost friendships, it cost, relationships with loved ones and family. It cost me a whole entire career, which all led me back to that point, living at Uncle Ron's again, because at that time, I thought moving back to the farm would be like the worst thing that I could ever do. I always wanted to be connected with my friends or connected in town or doing something along those lines. But that was kind of that first sacrifice or that first action where it was like, you know what? Well, let's try something different. And by moving there in with my uncle, and like I say, that was my best roommate ever, because he's just a pure soul. And obviously, if anyone knows Uncle Ron, that he's the complete opposite of that lifestyle that I was living at that time. But it was actually that wholesomeness that I really needed, and a really good friend and kinship that we formed together. And we really enjoyed our time together. And so that was nice to see a different world and see some different time where I could just spend time with someone and it didn't have to involve all those other additional activities to feel seen. So that was a really, really good time. And there was a lot of discovering growth that started happening at the time. I was getting big back into doing websites and digital marketing at the time, and I was learning lots. I was going to lots of events. I was taking lots of courses online and really just trying to expand my education and knowledge of this aspect of my life that I was actually really passionate about. What I realized after going through college and going through the environmental program and getting a guaranteed job out of the whole entire deal, it's probably another story that we could expand out on a whole podcast. But essentially, I was chasing the money. I wasn't really chasing my passion or what I was actually here meant to do, what my calling was. So when I got back into the environmental world, I realized it was a huge mistake, and I was very impassionate by the work, and that just perpetuated me wanting to escape and fill that void even more. So yeah, it was a perfect storm for me to essentially, self-sabotage and throw that entire opportunity away. Unfortunately for all the people that were involved and invested into that process, but it just wasn't me. And it didn't feel right in my heart that, hey, this is what I'm going to be doing for the rest of the life. It was a crippling fear. So I self-sabotaged that in a way so that I could get back to what I was really interested in, which was technology, which was working with the computer, and also music. That's something that's was been in and out of a part of my journey, and something that I'm working on more to connect with. It's just transitioning again, being able to create a self-employed business where with the main stuff that I do now is helping passionate, conscious business owners expand and grow their business using technology like websites and automation and marketing and all this great stuff that gets them connected with more people and enriches their life. It's now kind of phasing out because I'm seeing that fills a certain aspect of my life, but music and being able to share my breath work and being able to do all these other things also has a very important place in my journey and my path, and being a mentor and a role model for other men that have gone through a similar path and journey like myself. has also been an aspect, and meshing all of those worlds all into one cool cohesive dream together is what I'm best at and what I'm currently developing. So jumping around a little bit, but moving back towards Uncle Ron's, where I was doing lots of self-development there. And it was the first time that peers and people in these new communities that I was joining that were outside of the drugs and alcohol friend circle that way, they were sharing these resources that were called self-help and self-development books. And it was the first time that I had picked up a book since high school, because my viewpoint was like, that's the only books that I had given my time to, and they didn't really interest me or spark me in any way. And then until I started reading other books later on in life, if it wasn't for people introducing that, I still might have not have read a single other book since high school, type of thing. And I can't stress enough how much that changed my worldview and my point of view and expanded my mind on what else was out there. TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, all these things, they give you a taste of those aspects, and it's definitely that introduction. But until you've dived into a really good book, whether it's fiction or nonfiction, there's lessons and learnings through the stories that come through it. And I sometimes like reading very technical stuff. Sometimes my favorites are the self-development books that breed in a story, books like Pablo Coelho's The Alchemist, also The Celestian Prophecy, different books like that take you on this story journey, but then have this really woven in wisdom as well through that, to just open and expand your mind and maybe take a different look at the world than the way that you've been looking at. It's really hard. Me and Shanice have these discussions on what's real, what's truth, what's whatever. Like, take everything with a grain of salt. But like, those were books that at the time just like completely opened up and expanded me to like this whole brand new world. And so grateful for that time that I did that. But through that process, these books and these communities that I were in, although very, very helpful, again, I reached kind of like a ceiling, that I was reaching a point where wasn't getting out what I was originally getting out. I was trying to squeeze out every juice and every aspect of it, and I wasn't getting the same inspiration that I was when I begin that path. And that's when Shanice had reached out to me and had chatted about, hey, like, I see you do this digital marketing thing. Would I need some of that. Would you help me with that? And I said, absolutely, of course. And me being in my ill-prepared state, definitely at the time too. And, I didn't even go to check out her page. I just had noticed her page coming up as Shanice's Niches, the original name of the Niche Nation. And I just kind of came into it thinking, oh, I know she used to sew, so she must do like arts and crafts or something along those lines. So I just came into it with that that mindset. And that was the first question. She says, oh yeah, tell me a little bit about what you do. And I start chiming in about what I think she does. And she just kind of says, well, hold the phone. I think you missed the point of what I do, type of thing. And so my mind expanded that night. We were on the call for over 3 hours. And what I realized is self-development, personal development will take you to a certain point. Some of the most popular practices in there are like gratitude and setting goals and creating visions. And, it starts to work into some of the blocks that maybe a person might go through. And I bet that world has definitely transformed and improved. But at the time, it was very much, change your mind, change your reality. What happens up here happens out there. And these are really foundational belief systems that definitely curve your life and start to bring in a whole different worldview and a whole different experience that for me was very enjoyable in that perspective. But then I also kept hitting these, like I said, these ceilings that way. And what Shanice was introducing me to at the time, which I maybe didn't fully understand in my perspective, was that, our life story, everything leading up into this point, in this lifetime and potentially in others, multi-generational, has an effect on how our decision making and how we interact and react with the world. And essentially what she was introducing to me is that you can set all the goals that you want, you can affirm all the greatest wishes and all these greatest dreams that you want, but if you have a deep underlying trauma that's continuing to play out that you haven't resolved or that you haven't given attention to, this is going to continue to play out potentially indefinitely. And that's what I had been experiencing at that point. Was I just felt like I was in this hamster wheel loop where I was like, it doesn't matter what I do this work, I do this work, and yet I still get the same result, or I still get the same, people screwing me over or whatever it might be type of thing. So yeah, over time we started to dive into those unique experiences that way, not in this like, that's a one-off and it was that person's fault and that's the reason why that happened that time, and started to look inwardly into where this originally showed up in my past. And these are the conversations that started leading me down and what gave me the foresight to understand, where my addictions were coming from, my need to be seen by my friends and family and community that way, and starting to craft more healthier ways to be seen in a community and within my peers that way, and I've done a lot of work, but there's still a mountain of work to be done. And I don't know if the goal is ever to completely check every single thing off the list. The way that I look at it now is I do feel like it's our purpose in place to solve as much of the multi-generational trauma as we can while we're on this rock, so that the future generations don't have to suffer from it. So even if you can chip off a little bit off that stone, great. But if you can continue to keep chipping away, it just leaves less of a burden for the next generations to have to deal with. The less programming and less of these inconsistencies or unbalances that you might have picked up on. If you don't resolve those, they will be passed on to the people that you interact with. And the people that we interact with the most are our family and our children. So whether you like it or not, those tendencies and those knee-jerk reactions that way are going to be passed down, and they are going to have an effect on the people you're communicating with on a day-to-day basis. So it's not like it's a curse or a whatever type of thing. It's literally just how we choose our reactions with people, and our wisdom of that. And the bigger things that I've been working on, that we've been setting more into a concrete system and path and journey, is on that manhood journey, those rites of passage, things that just because of the Western way of things, we have elementary, we have high school, we have college, we have organized sports, we have our driver's education, we have our graduation, we have these certain westernized rites of passage, and they do serve to a certain extent that validation or that ability to be seen. But more ancient cultures and traditional wisdoms had really, really laid out integral times where those rites of passages would happen, and there'd usually be some sort of proving or testing ground that would be with that ceremony. And once that individual had moved through and successfully accomplished that rite of passage, the whole entire community would then see that person for who they truly were. Whether it was the man ceremony, or whether it was an elder ceremony, or whatever those different aspects are. Like I said, it's a building and growing system, and I'm still working with finding those correct individuals that we can work together to create a really good foundation for men and also women to go through those proper rites of passage. Because my belief system with that is, if we can come to an agreement or a collection of these certain rites of passages, and they might look or sound different to a certain community, a certain culture, obviously coming to one cohesive perspective of the world is never going to happen. Peace on earth. I think a lot of people think that's like, oh, if everyone just thought the way that I thought, and then that would mean that the collective mind would all come together. These things have been tested, and we've tried to do this as a society, and for the most part they've come out very negative, and I'm not going to go down those roads, but you can maybe start connecting the dots. What I think a collective unison where everyone's collaborating would be more that we just are in a proper communication where we're starting to recognize themes, we're starting to recognize certain rites of passages and wisdoms within our own groups and cultures. And we might call them certain things, we might have different language for them, we might have different words for them, but the underlying theme and the underlying understanding we can come to an agreement on, and we can start to see the commonalities in our teachings and in our wisdom. And the way that I look at sharing those is within basically it'd be a cohort or a collaboration with the Niche Nation is the collective element, which is essentially a human living library of wisdom and teachings that I've gathered, but also individuals that I gather along my way, where we can come to a collective campfire and share those wisdoms with anyone that's interested in learning that way. And like I said, it's this living, breathing human library of all the ancient wisdom that have been shared for millennia, that obviously had been tried and true for a long time, that maybe we still have in our Western culture, but we don't put enough attention on, but we haven't but maybe we've lost it. And I think that's a huge aspect of, as much as we've have these newer technologies and these more advanced systems and these new ways and new perspective of looking at things, we've also lost some very integral and simplistic, effective ways of going and navigating through life, whether it's the teaching of the 4 directions or the teaching of the elements, the teaching of the 13 moons. Like, these things are naturally embedded into our natural world. And, the more ancient cultures would take that on face value as like, there's huge meaning. If it's there's a reason why it's standed the test of time. So let's capture the meaning and the understanding, whether it be through stories or through collaboration and connection, and like I say, through these rites of passages, so that we can have this living, breathing library that we can share with the next generations. And you know what? If it's not working out the way that we planned because it was a foresight of the past generation, let's have models, let's have systems where that can be properly weeded out, so that the purest intention, the purest knowledge and wisdom can be passed down. Because like I said, I do believe it's this living, breathing document that way. And it's only going to come through communicating together. We have these incredible systems. We have, if you were to show someone from 50 years ago what we were doing on this live today, they would think it was witchcraft. They would think it was some sort of, God system. We were messing with the universe or something. We had sold our souls to some unbenevolent being. But truly, like, these are connection and communication systems that we've developed. Some of them used for maybe not the best, but we have the ability to use them for the best. I have this incredible, my motivating mentor, Tony, that, just really instilled into me just recently, where it's like, you do what amazing thing? You're passionate about what? You're helping people in what way? And you're not sharing that with the world. You're not expressing that. Like, we have all these systems, Facebook, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube. If you're not sharing what's important to you and how you want to help people with that to a larger audience already, like, what are you doing with your life? And don't complain, and don't sit back and act like, oh, it's tough, or this guy, this. Like, use these technologies to their fullest extent, and do it for a really good intention and a really good purpose, to serve a larger community, to serve even an one other person. Why not? It will enrich your life. It will fulfill your life, and you will be better off for it. So that's that's kind of like a whole visionary thing of, me and Shanice and our worlds colliding and us, we always had this vision of having a healing hub or a healing center where we could offer this. But now this is like, it's the main vision of what this was is let's create a communication system and a community that supports each other to just enrich each other's lives that way. It doesn't just have to be healing. It doesn't just have to be guidance. You could be like an exceptional woodworker, or maybe you enjoy racing cars, or maybe you enjoy weaving baskets. Maybe you enjoy whatever the case of the matter might be. Let's pool our resources together to make sure you have the best crack at it and make it very intentional where it does bring back a lot into people's lives that way. So whatever example or whatever your dream, whatever your passion comes to mind that it's been eking at you, it's been itching at you to do that. Life led you down a certain path and families happened and societies and communities and certain things, and you're doing this certain thing, but that you are meant for such a larger, bigger purpose. Sometimes we seek for it in YouTubes, we seek for it in mentors or life coaches or certain things. Like there's kind of a natural path that people take. But what we want to do is we want to say the Niche Nation is here, and we already have figured out those systems. We already went down those paths, and we want to offer that to people in wherever place or wherever they're at to make sure that they succeed in what they're passionate about. So that's my bigger call to action. That's me sharing the vision of what this all is. But I just feel like if everyone could get back into tune of what they actually truly came here for, the world would be a much better place, and we wouldn't be so upset or so angry with each other. There wouldn't be as much judgment. There wouldn't be as much jealousy. Potentially, we could rid of all of those errors or those imbalances, because people would be doing what they want and they would be living a fulfilled life. So that's my ask or my call. If you're that person out there that this is speaking to you directly, it just takes a message. It just takes a text. Reach out to us on Facebook, comment on this, I'm in, let's chat type of thing, because we've seen people go from rock bottom to rock star in a very short amount of time. And time is the most precious resource that we have. And if there's one thing that I could give to the younger generations is like, don't settle. Don't go for that easy, quick paying or high paying job type of aspect or reality just because of it's of fear or safety. Like if you have something deep down inside of you that that you're here meant to do, but it scares the living crap out of you to do it, just like one step in front of the other. And their first step is reach out to me or Shanice, and we'll start guiding you down that path, whatever way that looks like on where you're at, because we've helped all different shapes, sizes, and forms and journeys wherever people are at. And we've designed systems to be able to do that effectively as well too. So we're just going to continue to keep creating resources so that people can do that in a bigger way. And I'm so excited to see the people that come out of the woodworks for this next chapter, because when we get to people succeed or essentially be completely fulfilled and continue enriching that fulfillment, that shines back onto us, not from a like, hey, look at what we did. Literally, we get to see you being a rock star. And the example I get is like, if I can teach you how to play guitar or how to record a video or to create a great film that way, I get to go to that rock concert. I get to go to that film and be like, this is amazing. This is so freaking cool. I get to now enjoy this as an individual. And, it's amazing to know that that was all part of this journey in this story. It's very beautiful. But more in the end is like, I get to be entertained in a sense, and I get enjoyment and fulfillment from seeing you succeed and go down that path. So let's just make sure everyone's living that fulfilled life. Nobody's sitting on the sidelines anymore. Today is the day that everything changes for you and you move that needle forward, and you will be forever grateful to yourself for making that decision now and not later. So that's my spiel. That's everything that I've shared. There'll be more about my story and diving into more as we go through the podcast. If Shanice lets me come on as a guest, I'm sure we could talk to the cows come home, but hopefully give some more perspectives into my journey and those things that you can connect on to see that you're not alone and that you're maybe not so different than everybody else and that it is possible for you. So yeah. And I guess just like, because I don't say this enough, like I'm completely clean of all hard drugs, marijuana, alcohol. I'll be completely transparent with you. I have a drink and socialize once in a while, but I don't drink to get drunk. It might be a beer or two with people, and I don't smoke. I don't introduce drugs, alcohol, or drugs or hallucinogens or any plant-based like any things in my life. I'm right now in a journey where I live as pure as a life as I can. And if I do introduce any plant medicines, that'll be a very sacred and very intentional journey. But I'm very careful with that because I know I'm susceptible to just like going down that rabbit hole quickly. So I don't share that enough, but I do want to show everyone from that place of from victim to victory that way of it's possible and it's totally doable and it's great. There is enjoyment on the other side of that. It's a long road, but you can get to a place where you enjoy the simple aspects of life again that way, and so much more opens up for you an opportunity, and your life is so much more less chaotic and you feel better every day. I don't have upset stomachs. I don't have headaches. I don't have anxiety. I don't have fear towards life and my decisions that way. So if I can give that gift to someone else watching as well today too, just was inspired to share that as a kind of closing statement as well too. So that's enough for me today. Thank you everyone that's listened through my segment here. Again, go and check out thenichenation.com. We're going to have ability for people to sign up to newsletters and keep connected, whether it be on Facebook or email, or if you are a real trailblazer, we'll give you the option where we can keep you updated in more direct communication levels, maybe through text, just so you keep connected to what's coming. Because like I said, time is the most valuable resource. And if you can get these things as quick as possible and move through it, you'll be better off for it. So really appreciate your time. That's it for me today. Shanice will be back on in about 5-10 minutes here to share a little bit more about the why journey and continue our birthday celebration production here. So thanks again, everybody. We'll see you hopefully at a retreat coming soon, or maybe a heal and stay meeting out here at the lodge.
Offer what you are thinking of for Ben.
Oh, I guess I got to have my plugs too, right? So yeah, we're starting up Collective Campfires. I'm working with a really good brother, Saniko, and we're going to be starting up some warrior quests for people that are called to go down those rites of passages, or maybe feel like some of those elements were missing from their life. Essentially, if you feel like you're in the loop a lot, like I said, and if you see those correlations in your journey right now, that's a good time to reflect and reach out, and a warrior's quest might be something that's right up your alley. And as always, websites and marketing, there is so many cool tools that you can use. It doesn't necessarily have to be a website, and it doesn't necessarily have to be that traditional marketing of the way that you think of it, to make sure that your passion, that your dream, that your business gets and reaches out to the correct people, so that you can give more back time and freedom to yourself and resources so that you can elevate to that next level. So we've worked with people, products, services, e-commerce, coaches, literally art, creativity, music. I do videos, as you've seen some of the commercials that have came through. I've always had a passion for video, and that's a constantly growing skill that I get better and better at. Music production, I've recorded professional audio, just anything audio tech, audio, video. I've always been so intrigued and so interested in, and that's why websites and marketing and automations and tools have always been something that I've always dived into and have been able to reflect really effectively for people and others and myself. So that's my plug. You can find me at damngoodwebsites.ca, or you can just reach out to me on Facebook if you want to continue the conversation, and we can just connect and see how I might be able to help you best, or I'll be able to direct you to someone that might be able to help you better if I'm not a good fit. So that's my plug there for all things business related, and also the Warrior's Quest and the brotherhood journey that way, that getting in touch with the real man again and being able to really open up some really deep, cool stuff that will totally transform the next era and chapter of your life so that you can leave your legacy and your mark on this world. So looking forward to everyone that answers that call going forward. So that's it for me. The last send out. Looking forward. Keep connected on this journey with Shanice, and yeah, excited for everything that we have going on for the rest of the day. So stay tuned.
Hello and welcome back, everybody. We're so excited. Little adjustments here. And diving back into our birthday celebration and enjoying what is truthfully next in our segment for today is a little happy birthday sign here. The big thing that we have coming up next is talking about destiny. Now, a lot of people always hear us talk about that. You see that on our website, Claim Your Destiny. You've been noticing this backdrop that we have here. And so it's just really bringing kind of more of the story together about, how did we start and how did we begin to know that this was really going to be a place that we can call home. We struggle as I think, a world to actually believe fairy tales can be real. And just because a lot of us have been false promised and told that dreaming and fairy tales are only for little kids, and sometimes we see those milestones or those huge wow stories available to kind of maybe taunt us. I think a lot of people feel like that's what happens. And when we talk about destiny, a lot of us just think that, that's meant for the movies, or that's meant for little kid ideas or thoughts or processes. And we don't really sometimes understand that this is truly for ourselves. So when you heard us talk about our why and talk about the Rock Lake, that outfit right here is where we were planning on, after that retreat that only two ladies came to, and it was a horse retreat. It was about your wild self, the wild child experience. And it was just about horses, the mountains, just getting away and knowing more of that kind of the deeper root of who we are. So when I came back, I knew that this was going to be an opportunity, that Rock Lake was for sale. That was the moment I realized that it was full circle. And destiny was not something I knew much of, besides Destiny's Child, singing the songs and jamming out back in the day. But destiny really was something that I had maybe second guessed, thinking that my plans were better than the world's plans, the universe's plans, the destined soul divine purpose. And so when I was 16, this is the mountain goat I got drawn for. And that story really was something that was the climax and the valley all at the same time, because I was 16 years old. This is a once in a lifetime draw in the hunting world, that it's harder to win this draw than the lottery. So I realized that later in life, at 16, I won this lottery. And knowing that at that age, I was claiming something bigger than other people would have lived their whole entire life to achieve. And some people don't even get the chance to have this hunt. I realized that, life shouldn't have been that bad, or obviously that was paying back for the things that were a bit more difficult. So I started to realize that in that destiny journey, I was trying to make it bigger, better, more intense, because I thought that that was what we do with destiny. It's supposed to be hard. It's supposed to be gut wrenching. It's supposed to be all these different things, and it taught me so much to be prepared to be now the stewards of the home that we hold for everybody here at the Rock Lake Earth Lodge. Because at 16, I walked through these exact doors that we call home today, and knowing that I could have been here at the exact time, at the exact moment, to enjoy and live this life already at 16 instead of 30. And I've kind of played back and forth with that reality, because destiny, sometimes we don't realize, is so much more simple but grander than what we ever could imagine. And knowing that that reality had to be played out and tested in those ways that I thought we were being tested, it was just giving us more time and space to truly work out the kinks, the struggles, the mess ups, so that we knew what we were truly here for. And that's why you might see that we constantly hold such a maybe a higher standard, or some people call it an expectation, but it's just like I am walking, talking, living, viable, tangible proof of what is available in this world. That why do you feel like you aren't able to have something available to you? So I think when we get into this, gesundheit, um, when we get into this layer of thinking that we should be married or have this job or figure this out or the business should be successful by now, we get too much of playing God, is what I call it. And we get ourselves wrapped up into something that truthfully isn't even in our calibration or in our job description to mess around and taint ourselves with. But then it just causes us to maybe uncover or unravel some things that really need to be unwound about the experience. Now, what happens is that in that destiny, when I was walking through those doors when I was 16, I knew that if I moved to the mountains in my soul at that time, I would never go back to school. I would just know that the mountains were going to heal me. And when you talk to people this way, of like, well, how did you know that at that age? How did you witness or experience that this is what would be happening for you? I really just knew it in my full soul that these things are available to us, but we just don't ever listen. And another thing, I knew that something bad was going to happen and I would never love the life that I used to love the way that I would moving forward. And that kind of scared me because, again, I'm somebody who was this identity of camo, redneck, hunter chick, loved horses, loved this way of life. And I was like, if I am going to hate this, why would I even tempt fate? Why would I even tempt knowing that this is something I would cause harm with? So throughout those years, I knew that I had this huge regret knowing that I was not going to be able to do the things I hoped and I wished I would have done, guiding, trapping, hunting. And it was just always like this little termite that was in the back, just making up a bunch of wood, dust, and noise. And somebody would say, oh, like, is this the best way you live your life? When I was in the oil patch, and I was like, yeah, but I regret. That was always the thing that would come out of my mouth was, I regret not, doing that guiding job when I was younger, or doing these different things. And at the time, the outfitter that was here was the son of the original builder and owner of the property. And I just remember feeling that there was just so much hurt or pain or betrayal that was in the space. And later out to find out what had happened and knowing what was experiencing here, I was like, oh, good. I like navigated from a time ticking bomb. But then I was like, but wait, there was one heck of another life I was living in the oil patch world that really made me realize that, did I really, dodge a bullet? Because what if it just happened here? Or what if it happened no matter what in the oil patch life this way? So it was kind of just like working through the fates of God, being like, so was I always going to be screwed over this way? And that was kind of an interesting thought process to just be like, well, how did I know I was going to love it and need it and live it and breathe it the way that I do now if I would have just been handed it so quickly or so earlier on? And who knows, maybe I would have hated this place because of the hurt and the pain like I did on other places or other experiences, and then rob the opportunity of what was always meant to be here. Now, destiny also is about what was being laid down from ancestors and loved ones from the past that made us be prepared and ready for the future. And when you were hearing Brody talk about rites of passage, that's why we're really big here at the Niche Nation, is just helping those understand the fundamentals, the rudimentary experiences, and the things that we lay in our foundation so we understand what's being built on it next. Because if we don't realize that, it's really, 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 really hard for the world to understand what is truly the bigger ask or the purpose behind it all. And I think a lot of us sometimes get caught up in the motion and not really realizing what's really the why and the ask until it's sometimes too late, or we figure it out and then we're unhappy because it took us this long. So there's just like a lot of different things I think sometimes that the world gets caught in, that you don't know until you know. And some people hate that statement, some people live by that statement, but I think sometimes you have to experience it and love it and live it in order for you to sometimes just get it in a way that would just really deeply resonate. And a lot of people are like, well, that's sometimes contradictory to what you say, Shanice, because you say like sometimes that you don't have to be a mom to know everything of being a mom and or doing different experiences. But I said the biggest thing with destiny is that this is for you in this world and in this life versus comparing to what everybody else wants you to know and do about it for a title. And so once we did that women's retreat, and also this was the outfit that I wrote my book in, and stayed in the cabins that are literally halfway between us and Hinton. It was crazy to witness how magical all those little kind of breadcrumb trails led us to exactly where we needed to be. And at that point, Brody and I already looked at a few other different properties. We offered ceremonies and blessings to one property that I thought I knew in my heart and heart that we were going to get it. And I just thought that that's what we needed. And it's so funny because it had 3 cabins, not 4, had a main lodge and house as well. And it was right off the lake. Your window looked out into the lake. And it was just things that I thought that was needed. I thought that was the purpose in it all. But then it transpired into later realizing that truthfully, why would I settle for something when this was going to be the outcome of it? And that was something Brody and I, we bashed heads, broke up, struggled in our own ideals and morals and purpose. And when this property came forward, it was a manifestation of both of his destiny and my destiny merging together and calling it into our home. And I felt like when we achieved this layer, I felt like a lot of things changed. And I was hoping that wasn't going to be it, because I seen that happen so many times before, that people just start to witness or see you differently, because now you're no longer just the couple that were living in their vehicles or touring around the areas, that this was now something that truly manifested, happened, existed, and has transpired. And everybody now has just sometimes not the fear, but it was almost like the judgment or the, oh, must be nice. Oh, isn't that just convenient for you, versus seeing like the rest of the decades earlier, what we had to struggle and deal with to be receiving where we are. And this would not have happened without the hugest support and love through our good, dearest friend and family, Hillary, for helping us know, because she believed in something bigger to this mission and purpose. And so thinking that this was what was all tailed in, that her family, our family was just going to start realizing that all the shit and the pain and the things that we don't need to deal with anymore, are no longer things to hold in the past or, begrudging to each other, that we're literally here ready for the next transition, didn't pan out the way that I hoped, because in the destiny and what I was speaking about, that ancestors were laying down the path before us, was that my great-grandfather and great-grandmother were here to be the guiding stars and helped my dad journey into his passion of hunting, that got my dad to teach us into the ways of what we learned. It also was my mom's parents that were my Bobby and Guido, that taught her how to love to hunt or for fishing, and then my dad and her got together. So their outdoorsing and their love and their passion for that literally was this excitement of birthing their dream, their destiny, and their family into existence. And my great grandfather used to come hunting and fishing out here all the time on my dad's side, my dad's mom's side. And knowing that this was just a place that felt like home for them is literally where my mom and dad fell in love with elk, truthfully, and started becoming elk farmers afterwards, was because they seen the herd that literally is generations of grazing and living in our back porch here, is what inspired my parents to be the people and the journey of what they took. And my mom, when we purchased the lodge, she kept saying, I ate from the land, I ate from the land. And just connecting and knowing that I am the oldest of the children, she just really was hit with this message of just like, you came from here. And I feel that I when we walked onto the property and visited, I did a ceremony when I was 23. I collected water at very pivotal vortexes and places in the world. And I came here when I was 23 at the creek. And I remember, and I still have that water that I collected in my office. And I remember just saying, like, I just wish for the pain and the suffering and those tears that we had to go through to be just released and brought back with love and purpose. And when we chatted with the previous owners, they literally were selling this place on that Friday of the week that we called to another couple in Italy. And they said, we want to sell it to you because you guys have the story, the fire, and the purpose behind what's really important to this area, because they just said it's just so special. And they bought it off the original owners and the builders and the co-founders of this experience. And so it was just kind of mind-bending on how everything was just sewn in, perfectly weaved into like a dream catcher. And that's the teaching of the grandmother spider, that everything is connected and collaborated all within a meaning and a journey, all by one string. So when we got to come here and call this home, we said, we don't like the words that we own this or we have this. It's that we steward Rock Lake Earth Lodge, because it's an honor. It's a stage in our life that we are able to give back and do the things that we're asked and dedicated for us to be a part of this journey. And that just made it so much more real and meaningful, instead of this just being like, oh yeah, we've got a nice place and this is what we do. It was just like, it was a graduation and kind of hitting our knees in gratitude and praise, and just saying like, I surrender, thinking I had it all figured out in the past, but now realizing I didn't until now. So it's made it so much more exciting and just so much more pure and blessed in the way that we bring our connection here, because it just seems like we were training and getting ourselves all ready. It was kind of like winning an Olympic gold medal, was knowing that we got to where we needed to be. And it was such a huge celebration and excitement to share that. And when we got here, it was just like, again, the same thing of like the goat. It was all of a sudden a climax and a valley so quickly in between each stage of it, that I really struggled wondering like, when will we actually just get to enjoy life and say that this was everything that we hoped and dreamt about, because there was just so much cleaning and fixing and cleansing and holding space and just feeling like a punching bag throughout the journey of it, that we were like, okay, well, no wonder nobody signs up for this destined lifestyle, because it's just like so much chaos, hurt, pain, and suffocation, that we didn't want to sign up for this. It was easier just to be in our vehicles and our cars and tour around and pay the hotel fees, and because we were realizing how much money we were offering to all these other hotels and conferences and halls and experiences, than us just putting it towards something that we would be able to do and have for people to call and come to a home. Because like Brody shared in his story, we both wanted a home so other people that were going through different things like what we were going through had a place to know that they can go to, versus it just being like another vacation or a friend's place or couch surfing or moving again, and until they really maybe figured out what they needed to deal with at that time. So that was really sacred and important for our journey, that we wanted to respect. And truthfully, just like coming back to really knowing that whatever is next in our world, it's such a gift when we get to just be humbled and trust the process, what can come out of it. And we trusted it. We literally had our little camper packed up to go check things out, live a little season on Vancouver Island, and thinking that that was what we were going to maybe call home, maybe find a facility or a place or an abandoned offshore experience to start working on. And this fell right into our laps. And it's so amazing what we want to distract ourselves from versus what we're willing to truly be shown and gifted is such a beautiful trust fall in our life. And it's just amalgamated into so many different things now that when we first talked about the why, that we're really coming back into this belief pattern that everything happens for a reason. And a lot of people either hate that statement or live by it. And it's just for you to kind of maybe navigate and test out on your own world is, yes, everything can happen for a reason. We can have boundaries, but also knowing that maybe we are just so clinged in and so used to that stain that we think it's a white shirt when it's all not. And we just have to allow what clearing and cleansing needs in order us to shine bright the way that we are meant to. And that might be digging it through mud or, scrubbing a bit harder than what we usually do if it was just a little stain. So that was what I really started to transpire this trust fall and this faith into, and knowing that there is so much more to life than what we can maybe shake a stick at. And that was just really the exciting part that changed a lot of things. And I was glad that we had this season to just be on the island. But then it was all this like foreshadowing of like, should we do this or should we do that? And how would this work? And what would this look like? To versus now, that's not what we fully are intending. You know, a lot of people are like, oh, are you still doing, you know, healing work or sessions or different things like that? Yes. But we also have weddings out here. We do kids camps. We do family reunions. We do other workshops. We do corporate meetings. We do celebrations of life. We do family mediations, or have a place to stay when either pain or evacuations. We did that for Jasper during the wildfires. Like, this is what we always dreamt it would be. It's not just one thing. It's not just a healing facility. It's a healing home, a healing lodge, a healing space just to witness and experience what we need to deal with at that time. So having all of that wrapped up into one beautiful clarity, once it was time, I didn't think doing my vision boards all of these years ago, that, you know, 2 decades worth of visioning and dreaming would have transpired and amalgamated to this. So that was the most breathtaking, refreshing, ahaing, crumble to your knees and just saying gratitude and thankfulness, blissful, you know, tears running down your face, and just your soul knowing that there is such a bigger change, and knowing that you will have something so great to live for, but you just have to trust why the purging and the kind of the washing ringer has to happen, and that agitation has to happen. So we are cleansing out and bringing back what's really the true color of you. And, you know, that's been something that we hope that with our destiny and our purpose here really starts to show everybody a bit more that there is so much more to life. There is so much more to expand and be excited for. And I'm just very thankful that this transition is making such a ripple to others to understand that we came from the bottom, now we're here. And this is just another layer. This is, like Brody was sharing, the collective elements. Our goal is to have a total of 6 locations around the world that help you experience the different elements in the outer worlds, because that's what I saw that was very impactful in my journey. Like sharing that story going down to southern BC was in the Kootenays there, you know, without having different culture or teachings or expansions or awarenesses, you would have never been able to maybe see a version or that description or that experience happen the way that it does. So I think it's so necessary for us to have these different experiences, and then have other people that could steward and take care of each of these locations as we kind of morph between each of the places, and really start to know that we have different homes around the world with the different elements and the impacts of what that is. So that's a huge goal that I feel very called and destined that we are here to do. Another big thing is helping people get their stories and their vision and their voice out and back. Another thing that we really wanted to accomplish was an app, having the ability so that we get off of social medias and have the ability to just really network and connect through what is here. Because truthfully, what we wanted to do is that anything that you would need, want, see, or hear, we want to bring that forward to you as the Niche Nation. And that's why that whole transfer from Shanice's Niches to the Niche Nation just helps with more of the people that, you know, like we have on the podcast, what people's different practices and products, the Niche Network, showcasing more people's work that we have, so that we're not just distracted by everybody else's, shiny objects, and we start getting the crow fever that we think we have to have what they have, and just focus in on what you need to have. Because I think that's just so key and pivotal to that. Another thing that we really want to establish is just having either a way that we can help sponsor or have different tools or funding so that we can help more families. We want to have the ability that if somebody's in a domestic state, that we have a trailer, we can go pack up their stuff, get them out of those dangerous situations when they asked for it, give them some space time, help them heal, and then afterwards that they feel strong, grounded to what they want to accomplish, they can start that next chapter of life. Kids that feel like they're not in a healthy environment anymore, maybe people that are empty nesting and struggling what to do with their next phase of life, midlife crisis, end of life journeys. We want to have just a 360-degree experience for so many people to just witness what really can be authentic space held for them in this world. So hopefully that just kind of shows a bit more of what has been into our prayers and into our calling, and to help just collaborate with so many more of you that truly do feel that your voice is ready to be shared, and to help out so many more people in the bigger expansion of things. So as that's starting to transpire deeper and deeper in our next transition and roots, we still want to showcase that these things here are doable, that we want to help others achieve what their dreams are. We've met with quite a few people who have come and asked us questions and thought of what should these things look like, or how did it work for you guys. So we're always open to having those conversations and those discoveries. We want to just help you out the best that we can, and we have a great, beautiful couple, Kyle and Kelly, that are doing their journey in Saskatchewan with a fly and fishing lodge experience. And that was connections through on our rural route communities and tours that they have succeeded into believing that we could do it. They believed that they could do it. I've got other friends that are traveling across the world, and Charmin is out doing her Mukta paint journey in New Zealand. So that is a part of our reset program. And vacations, we have Carlos that we met on the island. He's teaching and doing reset programs in Mexico. Also, like what Brody was sharing about his journey with the manhood with Sonico, he travels to Ecuador and Peru for his teachings and culture experiences. We are teaming up with Megs to welcome in a publishing firm and operation that we get to help you get that out there. So literally all of this within this decade has transpired us to where we are currently. But what I would really like to do at this time is give such a huge gratitude and thanks for all of the co-founding fundamental stores, people, and advocates that were a part of the Shanice's Niches. And I think I have them all listed so far, but if I've missed anybody, truly understand that you all have been such huge impacts into my world, and I'm very thankful for what that felt like to know we were able to bring this message and our connections throughout this whole world into your world. So starting off, we are super thankful that Grand Prairie, Tammy, she was the first initial support through the Petals on Main and Beaver Lodge, and that journey for what did start up Shanice's Niches. A huge thanks to all of the Grand Prairie connections and mentors and people that really was a huge impact to us. Like I shared a few different names, but there was also Blaine, there was Angie, there was Sid and Jordan, there was Tammy, there was Michelle's, and we have a few common names that will be nurtured together. There was Michelle in Fairview, Michelle in Grand Prairie and Beaver Lodge area. Then there was all of the journey through Darlene in Valley View for helping us in the beginning also as well. Then there was Vegreville. There was places in Edmonton that we did a lot of work in a lot of different hotels or halls. Blanche and the crew down there from Kootenays and BC. Thank you so much for the stores that really have been a huge impact for us. Has been Claudette and David with Happy on Main and Dawson Creek, for Lori and Mel and the whole set of their family and the girls. They have been also another huge part of family in Chetwynd. Gratitude to having the different retreats and options, going up to the Yukon, having the experiences in just some beautiful natural connections, and knowing that truly the road has been one of the biggest supporters for Shanice's Niches and the Niche Nation. A huge shout out to Dawn. She was what really created a huge ripple for the Medicine Hat, Maple Creek, Alsace, Kindersley area. Jenny from Kindersley, she created a beautiful app that we collaborated with on her journey there. And Dawn with all of her salon staff and everybody that was a part of that in Medicine Hat was a huge blessing. Lori Blue, for everything that she has been, the guiding star and another part of family, a part of our connection there, and Medicine Hat as well. Now Tanya in Killam, she really helped bring with her hair salon so many connections and support that way. We also went into Regina. There was Tess who created those retreats and programs there, and Melanie from Surf and Turf. We also had Candace bringing us up from Dubdin and Ness Creek. We had Tanya, who was the Gypsy Moon in Nipawin. Huge shout out to the McDonald's for helping us with the Healing Hub in PA. In Saskatchewan. Tanya also, there's a few names, like I said, that are going to be rippled. That was the first initial bringing our worlds together in the Northern Saskatchewan network was Tanya. And huge shout out to, like I said, Roxy. She literally was another big person that was a part of that destiny. And David Laurie in Edmonton, he has been a lead and a guide and a support for so long. And also connecting into Manitoba when we did the Ukrainian festival. That was just such a blessing into having all of the Gizdevich family out there supporting us and making the tours and all of that fun stuff happen. Friends from the East Coast that I know as soon as COVID was hitting, I had a worldwide tour that was going to be happening in Canada, and that got kiboshed. So I know that we will be coming back there very soon again. And just knowing that there are so many people that have been on that path and that journey, like the Pathfinders, Dether, experiences we've witnessed with different people's breath work, Angela with her breath work, and knowing that everybody that we continued to journey with, they all had such impact, good, bads, or uglies throughout the journey to really give us such a depth and a strength. And I'm just trying to quickly rack my head if there was other experiences that I've missed out on, but those were all very crucial people that really brought a huge awakening to each of these communities, and a big support to having my brother-in-law trust us as two sisters, making a big ripple into the north of the North Saskatchewan River into St. Paul and Bonnyville and Cold Lake and all of that connection out there, that we were helping get more of the communities growing and flourishing. And so many of you now have really created your own experiences and your own journeys, and it's so great. Like Brody said, we're so proud to watch everybody flourish and grow into the best that we can, and we hope to just keep collaborating and expanding as everything continues that way. And then we just really started to dive in now recently with the AOAE with Jason and the crew there, that they really bring an outdoors adventure experience. Dallas and Elaine with FNV Ranch. They help with veterans and working with also the Alberta First Responders Association. We're partaking into being a debriefing location and station for people to have more opportunities to have that support. So there's just so much that now has expanded from just those beginning earlier tour dates to where we are now today. It's just life-changing. So hopefully in this topic of the destiny, you really start to realize how much more you can start to believe in that truth if you really start to have kind of those next changes and views to be everything you're meant to be if you start asking others to help. And also just a huge shout out to there was Pearl in North Battleford when I started doing readings, when Brody and I reconnected again. Also the Sisters Rocks and Gems in Prince George. Thank you guys for everything that you do out there. So like I said, there's so many people we've been connected with throughout the years, and we just are very excited that there will be so many more connections throughout this time. And the island and Bobby, what you saw, the ripple effect earlier on the island, and all of those different experiences, we've really witnessed so much more excitement and joy. Maggie and Craig and all the other people that we have witnessed on the island. So yeah, like I said, there's just been such an expansion to knowing what we can bring to this world is a blessing and a half. So thanks everybody. So we're going to take a break and we will be back here at 5 p.m. and we're going to talk about the book and the truth. So we will connect with you guys all very, very soon. Thanks for tuning in. And if you've been enjoying, remember, we've got all kinds of awesome comments coming in. So we'd love to hear more about what you guys have been showcasing that way. Thanks, everybody. What if you could hit reset? A place that actually feels like home. Because here you can finally breathe. At Rock Lake Earth Lodge, we let nature do the work. No pressure, no distractions, just space to process, to heal, to find your way back to you. Because life doesn't come with a manual. And healing doesn't have to be complicated. When you are ready to reset, we'll be here. I ain't everybody's cup of tea, and here's why. I have spent the past decades traveling, digging, and delivering the truth. What is that, you ask? Here at the Niche Nation, it's a 360-degree, no BS, self-discovery destiny. It's real, it's raw, and it's uncut. We deal with pain, struggle. We deal with the rock bottoms like no other. No age, no gender, no journey too deep for us to hold space. We are here as life tour guides to lead you to the calling. Grab a cup, take a sip, and enjoy the once-in-a-lifetime journey here at the Niche Nation.
Hello, everybody. It is Shanice's Niches. Well, the time has come yet again. We are doing another tour, another thing, and wanted to say thank you to everybody who has been a part of the Shanice's Niches journey. But what is happening is I'm heading out for a soul journey and finishing writing my book for the next 35 days. And wanted to kind of say goodbye for a little while. I'm not going to be on my social media. There are going to be automatic posts that are going to be showing up, and there's going to be a couple of things that might pop up because of admin submitting them in my non-presence. And I will be also leaving you guys some contacts for any of the healers that you might want to, maybe if you need some emergency guidance. These are the top go-to. These are the people I use. These are who I am connected with. So I just kind of wanted to make sure that I wasn't leaving anybody high and dry while I was out on my journey. But just wanted to say thank you. You guys have been an inspiration for the last it's almost so many years to think that this has been 6 and counting for doing Shanice's Niches professionally, to journeying with people my entire life in the last 10 years, what my life journey has been. I think back to when I was going to be 16 and this was going to be my lifestyle, that I wanted to be a hunting outdoor guider and backpacker and horse wrangler. So I get to have the chance to whisk away into the beautiful mountains and go and finish writing my book, so that it hopefully helps you guys in the times of maybe needing more awareness or more just peace or an answer finally to your question. Hopefully my journey, my homework, my work, my poems, my knowledge that I've gone through and grown through in these last years of my life will help more of you out there as it starts to get ready. So just thank you for teaching me just as much as you may think I'm teaching you. It's been a journey through all of this, and I'm very thankful and I'm blessed, and I am ready to show you guys so much more of what's been stashed in this underneath the hat. And just wanted to show you guys so much more of what's going to be coming and how all of this is going to transition into our lives daily, and why doing the work is so important, because these homeworks and these routines and rituals and ceremonies and growth levels, we have to level up and we have to get ready for what this is. And I know I've been trying to get so many people in before I left, and I'm sorry if any of you that I haven't had a chance to get to you beforehand. I just want to say, you've got it. Please trust with it and fill up my voicemails, message me on Facebook, do whatever it is if you are just channeling and going through a session with me. And I promise you, up in the prayers of these mountains, you guys are going to be there. So if there's anything that you're needing or wanting to be kind of asked for, this is where I will be putting that time and that effort every single day into my prayer and my smudge, and allowing you guys to be a part of this journey as well. So some of us can't take this time away, and this is why I'm honored and I'm blessed that I get to have this chance to help more of us that we never got the chance to go out and do these things or had the abilities to think we can venture out. I'm doing a solo trip for 35 days and in the middle of nowhere, no service, and wanted to disconnect and feel, what does Mother Earth have to say? What does Grandfather Sky have to say? What does God, Creator, what are the bigger messages that we can't get sometimes when we're just on the constant go, go, go? So wanted to take you guys with a little bit with me and know that it's all worth it in those moments that you think you have to give up and there is no safety, or nobody's going to believe you, or it's not worth being here. Just trust 100% it is, because I would have never thought I had the chance or the freedom to finally break away from things that I knew. And I had to face a lot of demons. I had to face my own fears. I had to look at my own self in the mirror and say, this is enough. What are we going to do to make this change? And I'm thankful that it's not about us living on our high horses. It's about authentically being that balance in who we are in ourselves. And I'm blessed that I've been having those chances to bring those balances back together. And I hope more of you are going to take that initiative, because these next 2 months are very important for what you're setting up for your rest of your year, your truth year. And that's why this journey had to happen now, because I'm ready for the truth. I'm ready to help more people understand what's important for this. So gotta cut it short because I gotta get going. The horses are ready, and I'm ready too. So thank you, everybody. All my love, mwah, all my prayers, and we will catch you on the flip side, and it's time to hit the old country roads. Take care, guys.
So that was a little time capsule when I was literally ready to pack it in and go and start this journey to really understand what is the story I want to bring to the world. So in that time, I was in a remote location, a little trapper's cabin. We rode in with a little family and they did a little stay for a couple of days. That was kind of the last pack in trip that they had. And then the rest of the time, I was all by myself. And it was a journey of a lifetime. And just witnessing, seeing myself there a few years ago to now, there was so much I was hoping I would have already accomplished at that time. That on my 30th birthday, I was hoping to launch my book at that time. And I didn't realize it until I was starting to make it public that I was writing this book and how much backlash I was dealing with family on, well, what's going to be in the book. There was family we haven't talked to in years, and literally they were crawling out of the woodwork wondering what is going to be in Shanice's book. And I had a lot of serious conversations with my own intimate siblings and my mom to just really say, like, these are things that I think are important to share. And that has been something as I've been processing and editing the book. Obviously, I am past my 30s now, and knowing my 30th birthday and knowing that this hasn't come out yet, I really wanted to show on this birthday celebration about why has the book not come out yet and the truth behind it, because I think a lot of what people fear is the truth is nasty or dirty or so blatant in your face. And I really want to take that time to advocate that truth can be potent and can be powerful on how it's being presented, but knowing what it is that I'm truly trying to achieve out into this world when I'm talking about this of my life. And a lot of people, I've noticed sometimes when I post really personal journeys or stories, that a lot of people struggle sometimes on just the rawness and the real. But I find that for every one or two that struggle with it, there's about 60, 40, 90, depending on the topic, that really say thank you for being honest and an advocate for that voice. Because I think a lot of us sometimes see everything just so sugar coated on social media. And I never wanted in my socials to ever be something that was kind of a mock or a show. I wanted it to be really truthful and raw at what those points were. So if there's extra weight gain, or if there's, blemishes, or if there's different things that have transpired throughout the year, or time or the journey, right? Like there's so much more when these videos I've looked back as far as I could get them to. I'm really hoping I can find all the original videos that I had over 10 years ago on Facebook, but I think their stuff has really shut down storing a lot of old videos, so I'm hoping I'll be able to find them somewheres. But just those are time little capsules and nuggets that had just so much pure wisdom and navigating through that truth of who and what we are. And I really find that it's important as time has transpired that a lot of this work that we're doing is coming forward in such a beautiful way to speak that. And that's why we see a lot of pen and paper the book writing. Some people say, oh, the social media is always going to just keep it and take it away. But I think throughout all of history, we know that books really do a huge justice in our world. And I just give so much gratitude and thanks for the time that I spent with myself and my past and my journey. It was the funniest story when we were setting up the trip, and Tom, the outfitter, said, okay, well, you only got 200 pounds to pack in. And I was like, sweetheart, I've got 200 pounds worth of journals I got to pack in, let alone just like food or equipment or different things like that. And so when I was there packing up into the pack boxes, I had, some smudge, some cards, a cup, like a ruins satchel, and tons of like my old computers and phones and journals and all this other stuff that I had all the information and photos and videos and downloads and descriptions and channels. And he just looks at me and he's like, what the heck are you doing? And I said, oh, just having a life mid-crisis moment as a joke. And he said, well, you're too young for that. And I said, no, but I'm ready to write my book. And so, when we shared those there was just, I think, 2 nights that they were all there and then left, that they said, like, that's quite a trek that you're really starting to navigate with, and share that this is something that you're going to be, bringing out to the world. And I said, I know. I said, it's not that I'm here to hurt my family or, make light of things that were really tough, but I want to bring something to the table that nobody has ever really talked about or shared it in a way that way. So more people, that when I was in the shit shows and the hurt and the struggles that I was dealing with, that I know that somebody will have it in their home, and it'll be a kind of little guide or a lighthouse for somebody that's struggling through something in their time. So that was truthfully why the book and this journey has been just such a blessing, and some people said a curse all in one. But I know that there's going to be such medicine in its fullness. And what I wanted to do was, I wanted anybody who purchased the book, that you sign it and you pass it down to somebody else. And the people that are purchasing the pre-orders of the book right now, what that's doing is it's collaborating all of us together so that we will have a presentation and a sharing of the book. And you have time to read it, and then we come back and just hold space for anybody that knows that there was just a lot that maybe unveiled or discovered or uncovered a lot of stuff maybe in their world. So we wanted it to be something that you're invited into a VIP experience that we'll have around all over the place for the book signings and stuff, so that you take it, read it, and then just have time to process it and know that you're going to just be a part of a team and a group that holds space to help you through the processing, because the book is real, the book is raw, and the book is uncut. So I left out personal names and themes like that, but it was something that I knew in my heart of hearts that I wanted to show how I wasn't a good person equally through the pain and the suffering, because that was just what we become when we struggle through those valleys and those trenches that we have to be as a soldier, like we talked about earlier. I wanted to talk about like the truth behind why things panned out the way that they did. Why did it happen this way compared to what it could have been? And just giving, I think, a little bit more depth versus what everybody thought they knew back in the community, what happened versus what really did happen in the background. In the best tasteful and awareness way, because what I struggled with, and this is kind of like a little snippet, was when I was at the police station giving the report, um, and the officer asked if I was ready to um, lay charges. I was not in a mind space understanding what that meant at that time, because I didn't want to lay charges and I didn't. But what that did in a ripple effect afterwards, as hindsight, it starts to bring so much truth forward, because then they just think they can get away with things after. So there's things that are hard, kind of knock lessons, that I hope that whoever is ever going to be going through a journey like that, that they have better tools and better supports out there than what I had at that time. And truthfully, it is for the people that have journeyed in a way that maybe mimics or mirrors or represents or is verbatim the same thing that they've struggled with. Because traveling for over this past decade, you start to realize how not unique, but not diminishing that your journey was your journey, but you start to realize how many more areas and people and experiences and families and jobs and people's relationships ended up the same way as what you might have witnessed. So I was really sad and kind of shocked in a same sense, seeing that there's just these different types of colors, shapes, and sizes of other people's traumas and experiences that really hit my heart. And that's why I had this conversation with family, because they're just like, well, just like write about it, burn it in your fire things or whatever, deal with it and move on. And I said, yes, I have done that. I've been there. I've walked that. I said, but when I am coming to these communities and I'm seeing the same things or different little tones or angles or colors of it happen the way that this is happening again, I said, I don't think that this is safe to continue to just keep hiding away all of the same burden, all of these same pains, all of these same things, just because we don't want to look messy in front of the community. Because I'll tell you right now, when you get into other communities and places, it's a lot of kind of sometimes the same things. And I just really wanted to respect that this is not at all what is okay. And that was something that, if you want to call me the pit bull or the viper to it, that's what I really struggled with, is just seeing more communities sit back or just kind of shrug it off of knowing that this is what's happening in their back door or in their porch or in their schools or in their offices, and knowing that this is what people think is okay. And I just said, hell to the no, that is not a-okay. And I grew up in our school there was a suicide and drug and prevention tour that was happening with a lot of different keynote speakers. And after that, the one speaker really resonated with me. And I didn't realize that that's until reflecting back a bit, that those were the things that I found that were just really impactful, because there was these adults talking about, they took accountability. They talked about what their issues were, but then they made sure that they weren't putting it on their kids or their partners or their work or their homes. And it just really hit a chord, I think, in my soul that I never let go of. And I didn't realize it until writing and talking about it more often later in life, that I started to realize that that's where I was truly being inspired, and why people are like, well, how did you become such a good writer or a reader or a speaker or different things like that? And when I was talking about that layer with the family, that people are like, you can't even fucking spell. So like, why are you even writing a book? Like, Rochelle was always the one that was writing all of your essays or documents or things like that sometimes for homework. And why do you think you being an author is going to be something that you need to do now? And I said that too. I said, I asked Rochelle, I said, if, and that's my sister, if you would be willing to write the book with me and give your perception. And we thought about it, and she said, I just don't think I want to mix up our messages. And I said, I agree, and I don't want it to be that, oh, it's just like one's overpowering the other. So I said, you know what I'll do is I'm going to take this time and just sit and really think about, is that really what happened? What transpired after that? What was the root? What was the cause? What were all these different things? And really, 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 really come back to what we need to share to the world. And so there was just a lot of fear that has been placed in that, because nobody truly, there is only 2 people that have read it in rough draft. And I then sent it off to a publisher after I got the feedback from 2 of the people that I asked to be third party. And I wanted it as like, they kind of knew me, but not in a full sense. And then somebody who really did know me, but was honest on what was going on and willing to share their authentic view of it. So after I got the feedback with it, I said, I think I just need obviously better structure. Like I said, English was not my strong suit. So I knew that I was missing probably things that people who are big book readers really wanted to see or hear or know. And so I then journeyed on working with a publisher. And this publisher company is a huge company that is down in the States in Texas. They were the ones that worked with David Goggins, You Can't Hurt Me, his book. And during this process of writing the book, I also did not want to read a bunch of other people's books or themes or ideas. I really wanted to just be curated in a very unique and different experience that I bring, not just this self-help book. I wanted it to be just Shanice. I wanted it to be something unique and different. So when we got into the meeting with the publishers, I was like, yep, sounds good. They do all this stuff, and it's a huge price tag. So I was like, okay, can I make payments? Yeah, you can. And so we started making payments, and Brody, as the blessed intuitive he is, he's like, no, this is not a good idea. I don't feel right. There's something off with it. Blah, 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 blah. I said, shh, I'm the professional. I know what it is that I want to share and I want to do, and blah, 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 blah. Well, fast forward, they go bankrupt. The head honcho, CEO, whatever, was scamming money, taking things out of the business, and ripping this whole department apart. So at this time, we had invested tens of plus $1,000 into this, and I was just about to send them the manuscript and start working with their team. And that was Universe's way of just saying, like, I just don't think you should do this, but who was not listening? Me. And so when I got the letter stating that we can't accredit any of the money that you have spent or done, also remember we're in the Canadian US exchange, that you are screwed, but you can pay more money and work with the team that's rebuilding and doing this work. Well, I was shot to Swiss cheese and not having what I felt a leg to stand on. So I was like, whoa, me, is this a sign? Is my book never supposed to be out? Is it too something? Is this what's wrong? Ba da 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 da. So it was just this downward spiral, this victimizing state of things. And so I just kind of gave it some pause, and then because it was on track for everything to work out, that it was going to be launched on my birthday when I was 30. So after literally now court and lawsuits and everything, things are still up in the air. Probably what the adjuster said, that there will be no money being sent back. The current company is not willing to do anything besides give it at the discount that they can, because they're literally in shambles and starting from scratch again. And I just like was really sitting like, what is this meaning behind why my book and this layer of money and contracts is just a theme of my life. And so sitting with it, it was just like, no, it is the right time, the right place, the right space. We just got to trust where and why. And that is what transpired into just really curating deeper into each word, each tone, each phrase. And I had a chapter, aka home chapter, that I really was struggling on what I should do with it. Now, fast forward to the couple of years after this, now I was like, okay, now I realize why I needed to be patient, because it had to be that we had to experience the home of this world in this year in order for us to really narrow in what our message is for this first book. Because after that, I've been inspired to be like, hey, so then there's this other book we're going to write. There's going to be this and we're going to be that. So there was just so much more that we need to just get the story out there, tell the truth, and then afterwards work out what's next. And that's what I've really enjoyed about these podcasts, these shows, these layers, these different ways that we've been expressing to all of you. And that is why we haven't shared it out to the world until now, that this was why the book hasn't been published yet. So it just makes it marinate like fine wine, a little bit of extra aging, supposedly, until I was able to meet up with a lovely soul, Megs Thompson, and and I and Brody are all creating a huge, like we shared, the Niche Nation Creation studios, platforms, medias, videos, and publishing, so that we can help everybody get to their stories better than what experiences she witnessed as a writer, author, and publisher, to what I've went through as an author. And I told her, I was laughing, I said, I didn't even know, just like the ashram story, I didn't even know what the heck this, you're self-published, that book, this spine, that page, that font, I didn't know what the heck I was even getting myself into. So she was just laughing, and we just shared such a joyous just connection, knowing that these are things that sometimes we get so distracted in our own world, knowing that there was just a better place, a better time, and a better existence to all shake it out. So I promise there is a book that is truthfully in the makings, and that is why we're excited to be showcasing that. This October, the last week of October, we are hosting a authors conference to really help anybody who has been authors in the past, inspiring authors, people who have a poem, a story, a song, anything of writing, verbiage that needs something out there, kids' books, to really get out into the world and know that this is what we're going to be offering at the Niche Nation. So this is stuff that both through her experiences for many, many years and my experiences throughout these years are now amalgamating and bringing this excitement for all of you to witness and see. So that's where we are really excited to tap into kind of that awareness and that truth. because it was an absolute shit show. So that was why the book and those layers have been a bit discombobulated in what we've been trying to get it out to the public. So there's a little side journey throughout this process that it doesn't always go as smooth as you think it is for all of us ones that you think are the knowers and beers and the gurus to it. And that's why, like I've shared so many times, is we learn and we experience just as much from you guys as much as you learn from us, because it's all a human journey. So that is what had transpired, and wanted a little bit of a share for everybody to hear why the story hasn't been fully unlayered and shared yet. But as time is ticking, we now know why there has been just so much information, because these past couple of years have really shown us, being stewards of the Rock Lake Earth Lodge, having a home, doing these layers, it really has nurtured us to seeing the full depth of what we want to teach about that chapter of home. Another thing about the book was just really understanding that we wanted it to have a little bit of that self-help, a bit of a memoir, a bit of a video biobiography, and then we also wanted it to be a bit of like some poetry and poems. So a lot of the poems that I've written throughout the world travels, I wanted to have a space to kind of start putting those into it, which is hilarious because in grade 7 I already have been a published author, and that poem won a Canadian national competition that our school submitted into. And we were laughing because I couldn't even understand the English language, but somehow Shanice had a nation-winning poem. And that was before ChatGPT and all that, so you can't come at me thinking in grade 7 I swooped somebody's national poem. And it was because I really inspire the love for music and videos, movies, things like that. So it just kind of felt that real heart depth kind of connection. Sometimes knowing that when you walked quite a life at such an early age, you are witnessed as an old soul. And so it was just, I think, what really attracted to a lot of the judges was what I was told, that they really felt that this hit some depths on life that other poems just didn't showcase, I guess, supposedly. So that was definitely exciting to just kind of witness that my author career started many, many, many moons ago, and then trying to get this book up and going, and then knowing that through that I have always had a passion to just sharing story, if it was fictional or non. And it was funny because when I was in the middle of this, I was wanting it to be, really intense and impactful. And we heard that Matthew McConaughey had his book coming out called Green Lights. And I was like, no, I'm not going to listen to it. I'm not going to listen to it forever. Then this shit show happened. And I was like, hey, I always call Matthew McConaughey my boyfriend. Let's listen to the boyfriend's advice on his journey. And I was laughing because I was like, great. So he just like wrote my book in his tone and his fashion, but just the way he was more playful and fun with it was definitely what I inspired this book to be, and just raw with the emotions and the experiences. So it was funny just listening to it and just listening to the advice about the red lights. So I knew this was a season of the red light, and just taking a pause and just letting the world really marinate with the words that I have written, and just had to be ready for this time that was meant to be for now. So that is the truth in a nutshell. And advice for anybody who is just knowing that they have a story that they want to share. on the Reclaim conference, we had a couple of beautiful authors that were a part of this journey, as Jason Tutuli and Lynette Frinshawn and Janet Keys. You know, all their books are really powerful. Antonia Reynolds has also her book and her experiences. You know, everybody has such a beautiful walk onto their journey. Casper Stockholms also has their journey of their book as well. He just published this this year on his birthday. So, you know, like there's a lot of beautiful showcasings that we've done here at the Niche Nation. So if anybody's interested in finding that, we want to create the Niche Nation library. So that way your book can be an easy access for all of our lovely community and tribe and nation to find out, you know, your story, your journey. And that's what we want to help navigate, because I have a huge plethora of books. I use them more as oracles or open reads versus it being maybe read back to front and front to back. But some of them have captured my heart for a long time. So it's just trusting that written word is a gift and a blessing, and knowledge that really is the truth throughout people's perceptions and experiences. So trusting that you're, even though somebody might have wrote somebody might have written about abuse or loss or addictions or recovery, doesn't mean that they have your story. So just knowing that you are unique as your own thumbprints. So get your thumbs out there and start cracking on some paper and pens or typing and just get your stories out there. And if not, come and journey with us at the end of October this year to witness an experience for all authors for the conference. So that is kind of the truth and those layers in a nutshell. Is there any questions or thoughts or comments or things that you would like to know about more about the book, or how to deal with truth, or how to help yourselves find that confidence or that expression to be authentic when we are dealing with the world, and sometimes people not liking what they want to hear on their story if they've been a part of that. You guys have been super amazing, sending in comments and video responses and chats. I've been noticing like crazy. Again, just so you all know that we have a lot to share with everybody, that from today on till the March 31st, we are doing our $10 card pulls. So the good old school ways that we used to work as the Niche Nation. And then we have full readings. So what that means is just you have the abilities to have a mixture of cards or channeling or messages. Those are $100. So they can be up to an hour. They might not last a full hour. And then an interest in a heal and stay to come and actually experience the lodge, have a reading, get a relaxation massage, and have yourselves really dive into that. So it's really a 3-degree change. So $10 for a card pull, and that's one card that we express what it is. The full reading is $100, and the heal and stay is $1,000. And again, that's 2 nights, a reading included, all these great things a part of it. So again, it's just increased by 10 because we are 10 years old, and I have those all posted out there for you all to know. And again, my readings are typically $250, so that's $150 off for the readings. And knowing that we have so many more exciting things for you to just witness and see, I'm also going to put a little video up about what we have coming up for our first in-person experience here And we're just excited to know that this is going to be the next step forward. Thank you so much. I am so excited to get this book out to the world. I have some very dear friends of ours that are like, hey, you promised me this book, and where is it? They were like, I'm just so impatient. I want to read all about it. So we know that it is coming sooner than later. So again, we're just going to throw on a little clip here to talk about what the Blossom Retreat is. And after that, we're going to be back here at 7 p.m. for Q&A, everything that you've maybe missed or seen or not been a part of throughout the day. We're going to be letting you guys all get your last minute entries in for the big draw tonight. And that's going to be our closing ceremony and the final draw of our experience. So again, at 7 p.m., it's our Q&A. So anything and everything you want to ask, see, detail, and know, we're going to probably after this video chop the stream and just reopen this back at 7 p.m. So that everybody is going to be refreshed and ready to rock and rumble. And then we're going to keep the last following because we can only stream for so long on this. We found out the hard way in the Reclaim conference. So yeah, this is what it looks like. Thanks again, everybody. And so excited for what this next chapter is truly going to look like. And I'm just going to get this one up and loaded. Oh, they're saying that I can't because it was too long. Okay, well, what I'll do is I'm just going to put on I don't know if I can do the posters. I will try and add some posters to showcase what we have here. And and all of those that were interested in our Niche Nation membership, we would really love to have you all come out and see what our calendar looks like as well. It's been a full-blown 2025 calendar that we've made up here that we're really proud to show all of you that this is a huge accomplishment out of all these years. We've been really wanting to have something that is easy for you guys to follow with and know when things are happening. And as the 10 years have been expanding, I've been getting better and better at doing all of these proper technical approaches so that we have so much more details that none of you feel like you have to just be nervous on missing out on anything. So I'm going to throw this bad boy up on our background here. And I'm going to hide myself away. So this is where we are at. We are really excited to show you that when these are the little green guys here, these are our nights that we do our family constellation. They happen on every first Tuesday of the month. These are our full moon experiences. These are the collective campfires like Brody was talking about. And these are our new moon newsletters and articles that way. So yeah, it's just so exciting that when you guys are getting to see these things, it's posted all over our social media. So if you're ever needing a copy or any of this information, please note that we have that all available if you need it, and print it out, throw it on the old fridge there, and love to showcase what that looks like for you guys moving forward. And again, there's just some really exciting next chapters and things always happening. So just never take your eye off of our socials, because we really love sharing with all of you what we have kind of in store. So what I have, and I'm just gonna show you guys all of our little coupons as well for today. Because sometimes I think it's hard to sometimes wrap our heads around what we really think is important information on social media. So again, this is our Blossom Retreat. This is happening in Ucluelet, and we're so excited to showcase what we're bringing forward here. It's a lot of our heart work. The abuse, body discovering, fuck fear has been a staple workshop that a lot of people have enjoyed, and knowing that this is something that we can really bring forward. Again, rites of passage, journeys through our world, in our motherhood, our womanhoods, and just really working with the ocean and the world in a nice cleansing way. And then just for you, a $10 card pull. And when you see these posters, they're all on our socials already. This is our $100 full reading opportunities. So again, all the e-transfer information is the same. So these are to be used up by March 31st. And last but not least is our Healing Stays. And this is our cabin. So again, you can use these up till from today up till April the 8th is when we will allow Healing Stays be a part of your journey. So again, those are the things that we've got shaken out in our world. So if that's something that you feel called and interested into journeying and partaking with us, that would be so much fun to have you guys all a part of it. Okay, we are going to check you guys all in at 7 p.m. All right. Thanks, everybody, for being a part of this journey. Take care. Chat soon. What if you could hit reset? A place that actually feels like home. Because here you can finally breathe. At Rock Lake Earth Lodge, we let nature do the work. No pressure, no distractions, just space to process, to heal, to find your way back to you. Because life doesn't come with a manual. And healing doesn't have to be complicated. When you are ready to reset, we'll be here. I ain't everybody's cup of tea, and here's why. I have spent the past decades traveling, digging, and delivering the truth. What is that, you ask? Here at the Niche Nation, it's a 360-degree, no BS, self-discovery destiny. It's real, it's raw, and it's uncut. We deal with pain, struggle. We deal with the rock bottoms like no other. No age, no gender, no journey too deep for us to hold space. We are here as life tour guides to lead you to the calling. Grab a cup, take a sip, and enjoy the once-in-a-lifetime journey here at the Niche Nation.